Let's say good time zone, because I don't know what time it is anymore. What the fuck, music? Stop it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the classiest place on earth. David, thank you for resubbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. You are a bow wizard of the highest order. I know you're well aware of this. Go forth and be fucking
Did you take your joy today?
consensual.
Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your
Good
day will go as
morning.
smooth as velvet.
Good morning. Good morning, Sarah. How is everybody? Dude, my dudes, I have been just sitting here watching the news about Russia all morning, and I'm really fucking distraught. Like, I feel like we're gonna live through World War III or something. I'm so heartbroken for the Ukrainian people, I should say. Like, I'm not worried about America in terms of Russia, but the Ukrainian people, like, I can't fathom waking up to bombs and sirens going off. It's just fucking wild. The world is wild. I don't know what's going on. Putin's a psycho. I could go to jail for saying that if I lived in Russia, just by the way. Coffee toast. Oh my God, where's my coffee? Cheers. Caffeine toast to those who drink. Oh my God, I don't have water. Don't water me yet. Don't hydrate me. I left my water in the kitchen. I'll have to go get it. Don't waste your points. Good morning. Happy Friday, Lorelai Jade. How are you? I didn't do anything. It says you resubscribed, David. It says you resub. Did you not resub? Is it black magic? I don't know what could have happened, but there's a resub, so I mean, thank you to everyone who gifted a sub, or to anyone, I guess. I don't know. Russian hackers, in my opinion. Russian hackers, LMAO. What do you mean, Russian hackers? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Stonebeard. Burn the witch? No, I don't sunburn easily, but I mean, fire could burn me. Good morning, Mark. How are you? Dude, have you seen this shit about Russia and Ukraine? I'm like fucked up over it. It just seems it seems really fucking bizarre to like go about normal daily life when that's going on. I wish there was something I could do. Like literally anything. A bunch of people on Twitter did give me links though for places you can donate money if you have money. I don't have money. That's not something I can do, but you know, if you have money, there are places you can donate to help them. My coffee is delicious. It's not the coffee from the P.O. box. I haven't got to go. I went out yesterday and I got weed. I did get a bunch of new weed, but I went out yesterday and I tried to go to the P.O. box and there was like an accident in the parking lot, and so I couldn't get into the parking lot to get my fucking mail, so I have to go today or tomorrow or something. I don't know. We still have so much snow. Like, we got piled on, like, last week sometime, and it just stayed. It's frozen solid. Like, I took my Jeep out yesterday to go get weed and shit, and the icicles didn't come off my Jeep. Like, there's all corners of my Jeep have, like, 2-foot icicles, like, hanging off of them. It's just fucking freezing. Oh, God. Mark, are you talking to them actively right now? Are they okay? I really hope so. Think about how people in Israel and Palestine live every day. Exactly. Like, it's, I mean, yeah. I found a Russian bot on Telegram that you can snitch on Ukrainians. What? Wait, what? Oh, no way. That is so dark and evil. I've been having to intentionally not doom scroll. My mental fortitude just can't take it. I tend to watch the late night hosts because they have a way of delivering news and making it a little lighthearted so I don't just sink into the effervescent depressional void of my soul. But it's still horrible. I mean, the fact that Putin is coming out and being like, oh yeah, we're doing it because Ukraine is Nazis now. Their president's Jewish. I'm not saying that doesn't mean there aren't Nazis in the country. There's Nazis all over the world. There's evil people everywhere. But like, what the fuck? I've been having to intentionally not. Yeah. The doom scrolling is terrible. The mean from 16 to 60 are asked to leave. They are wanted not. Oh, are asked not to leave because they're wanted to fight. Ukrainians, you mean? They're depriving me of goodness, dude. My post office. I mean, I don't think I've ever been in a post office that functions well ever in my life, but the one here is real bad. It's big, like it serves our entire town, and there's one person in there all the time, and that one person has to sort all the packages into the mailboxes and everything, and like service the desk all day. Like every time I go, there's at least a line of 6 people waiting to just do shit in there. It's crazy. I feel bad for the people. I don't get mad about it. I just feel bad. Good morning, Amber. How are you, love? Dozens of other places in the world where there's constant conflict. It's very sad. It's just horrible. It's deplorable. Like, I'm pretty sure we can all universally agree that war and violence and murder has literally never solved anything. All it's ever done is made a really ugly chapter in everyone's history books that we have to read about and then feel shame about because we did these horrible things. And the fact that it's like 2022 and we're still like warring with human bodies and stuff is fucking weird to me. I was watching one of the late night guys this morning, and he was talking about how the military is complaining that Gen X is not fit enough to be in the military like all the other previous generations because they're so sedentary and all they do is play video games. And they're like, they can't make it through boot camp. And I understand the mental part of boot camp. Like, I don't like it, but I understand what they do. They like want to break you down to build you up so you'll just follow orders without asking questions. But the physical part of it, like, why are we still doing that as a species? I guess it seems very bizarre to me. It doesn't. My brain doesn't wrap around it. Good morning, Helena. How are you, my love? The trick is to go to the big post office distribution center and do most of the work yourself. I would. I totally would. I mean, I don't get enough packages to like for it to be overwhelming. You know, it's once in a while. It's usually BDO spoiling me rotten with coffee. Like, it's just to get my package. It's like a 45-minute. It's only 5-minute drive away from my house, but I have to stand in this line for 30 minutes. And this poor person, I mean, you can see they're stressed. I feel bad. I know exactly, Stonebeard. Like, I just feel bad for the people working there because, I mean, most of us have worked some sort of, customer service job in our life and have learned what it's like to be treated like shit as a clerk type job. But you can see people in line. There are people who do not realize that. Like, they have no idea. And they're so, like, pissed at this human being who can't work fast enough for them so they can get on with their day. It's just sad. It's not even asked. They're conscripted now. There are people traveling into Ukraine to get their daughter and sisters and mothers out without the possibility that they themselves won't be able to get out. Oh my fucking God. That's so horrible. I mean, I have no words. Like, it's just, I can't fathom it. I can't fathom it. I mean, America's shit. Like, we've all got problems, right? All of our countries, there's Brexit going on, and fucking Trump destroyed us, and we have Nazis everywhere. But, like, I'm not waking up to bombs and sirens yet. Knock on wood. Stretch. I love stretching. I'll do it any day. But I don't have water. I left my water in the kitchen, so don't hydrate me yet. How are you, slave? Oh my God. It feels so good. The good experience that I have with post offices are almost all from when I was helping out with the periodical. I believe that. 100%. Yep. I'm okay. Hold on. I gotta move my monitor closer. I'm blind. Felt like I've spread myself thin this week. Chris revoked the rights from the boys because their hoe wasn't safe from them. So we have them full time. Their hoe wasn't safe for them? Home. Oh my God. Home. Wow. My brain. But Chris has been at work and I work evenings. I'm literally running out. Oh my God. Oh, honey, you need a vacation. Feeling a bit overwhelmed with the news, and I've donated as much as I can to help the Ukraine, but I feel like it isn't enough. That's how I feel. Like, I'm not of the wealth level that I can just openly throw money around, but I wish I feel so helpless. Like, I want to be able to help. Don't tell me what to do. I'm all right. I'm sad. I'm so, like, just torn up about what's going on with fucking Putin and Russia and the Ukraine, and it's like, I don't know. You guys know. I don't need to say anything. You guys know. I'm fucked up. My brain cannot rationalize what these people think is an okay behavior, I guess. And it fucking stresses me out. Kanger, good morning, love. How are you? It's also amazing how much better your experience with customer service people is when you're nice to them. 100 fucking %. I mean, you're always going to get the help you need if you're kind and, human to another human. But you guys know I worked customer service forever at Lowe's and shit, and people will just abuse you verbally. Like they think you have some sort of power over the store. And it's like, I'm sorry, if you're in any retail facility, anywhere that sells anything, the person you talk to is guaranteed probably the lowest paying person in that entire building. Probably. Most of the time. Which is, ugh. I'm literally sitting on less than the equivalent of $1 in my bank account right now, and I especially feel the urge to donate because I'm half Lithuanian, half Ukrainian. Oh my God. Do you have family there right now? I mean, I honestly think the next best thing we can do is keep talking about it as people, because what the Russian, government, I don't know what the fuck you would call them, they the way they win. I don't know how to put it. They use the media, heavily. They heavily abuse the media and feed false information constantly. And if you're in the Ukraine or Russia, like, I don't even know how you're getting real information about what's actually going on right now. I have no idea. I don't know how they get the real shit. It's kind of crazy. Wait, you're not mad? Nah, I know you'll take care of me, right? Like, being angry solves nothing. It just makes the situation more tense and uncomfortable for everybody involved. I am too. The spouse and I got on a flight last Friday and we haven't recovered. Then the Ukraine-Russia conflict. I'm overwhelmed over everything. Plus, recreational sales start on April 1st, so stress the fuck out. That's stressful. Are you excited, though? Like, a little bit? Good morning, Cal. How are you, love? Patrol, Helena. I totally get it. The only time I ever get frustrated with customer service is when they refuse to listen. Like, that's the one thing completely in their power. I've never had that happen to me, thank fuck. But I mean, just like every fucking career, right? There's always going to be a shithead in it. Like, there's going to be a customer service associate who doesn't want to help you. Like, it's inevitable, sadly. I worked at a GameStop for 4 years in a very rural town. We had people drop their kids off and leave for 4 hours. Try to use Sam Goody gift cards and bitch at us when we wouldn't take them, and show up on Black Friday at 4 a.m. with 100 plus games that they wanted us to test and trade so that they could buy 3 new games. No. I had a friend who worked at a GameStop in Seattle and she had her throat slit. A guy tried to rob her and slit her throat. It was crazy. It's like 10 years ago. The thing is also, just to address the whole there are wars other places too sentiment, you have to understand that wasn't supposed to be there wasn't supposed to be a war in Europe ever again. It was supposed to be impossible. This is why people are extra horrified. This whole situation is an absurdity. All war is horrible, but this one is supposed to be impossible. 100% agree. 100%. 100% agree. I couldn't have said it better. I have family in Lithuania, no relatives left in Ukraine, luckily. It's disgusting hearing everything about Russia. I speak and understand Russian and Ukrainian, and the Russian government is basically saying we started this fight because Ukrainians oppressed us. I wouldn't say I'm fluent in Russian, but I took like 8 years of it in college, so I can read it pretty well. So I've been trying to follow like some Russian news sites and shit, and I read one where Putin said, it was like a Putin quote. He said, they want Ukraine because it's an integral part of their history and their religious spiritual culture. Like, the Ukraine has been their own entity for a very, very long time. Like, you ever heard of Chicken Kiev? They have their own food, their own culture, their own everything. They're not Russian. Like, I remember when I was a kid, not a kid, I was in high school. We had a Ukrainian exchange student come to our school, and she was really nice. But if anybody called her Russian or asked if she was Russian, she would get very, very offended. Like, not violently offended, not like, oh, how could you? But like, I am Ukrainian. Period. And she was very insistent that there is a difference. Like, I am different. I identify as Ukrainian. And it was, I mean, yeah. I'm just, what's going on? What's going on? In every ism, greedy, ignorant, malicious parasites scramble to the top. It's been going on since AIR. And that's the thing, like, what's gross is the people that want power usually should not ever have it. Because they want it for nefarious reasons. Or they're making up for something, in their life, like tiny dick syndrome or whatever. I don't know what the fuck Putin's issue is. You know what I mean? Dude, David, 100%, like, my heart bleeds for all of you over there. You're so close. You're so close. Yeah, it's just horrible. I hope all of you are doing okay. I hope you're safe. If you have family or friends over there, please contact them. Do what you can. It's just horrible. Mark says the craziest story I've heard about the Ukraine stuff is about Russian soldiers surrendering because they just thought it was exercises. No fucking way. What? Like the Russian military, the militants of the Russian military are backing out. They were like, oh, just we thought this was an exercise. Wow. Exactly, Bob Kelly. I was just telling Zach that last night. He was like, why do they want Ukraine so bad? I'm like, during the Soviet Union, Ukraine was under the Soviet Union. And he's like, insulted, and he wants that fucking port. There's a warm water port in Ukraine, and I'm sure that's a money thing for him because they rent it right now. At Service Industries, when they refuse to do the part of the thing, I'm paying for them. Honestly, like same, but it's I've never had a problem. I can't consciously think of a time where I had an issue and contacted a customer service of any time and didn't get a solution at the end of the day, like just through talking and stuff. Like eventually got there. Also, a lot of people don't understand what NATO is. I see a lot of people complaining about NATO not caring about the East. The thing is, NATO isn't a world protector. It protects countries that are in NATO. Exactly. Yes. Here's a reminder to everyone during this time. Be careful with what you share, post, and look at on social media. Exactly. I mean, short story, like, be a responsible consumer of media. 100% agree. There's going to be a lot of false information, videos, pictures. Oh my God, have you seen it? It's already happening. Like, the Russian government is posting pictures that are like stills of movies, like from Independence Day. And oh God, what they posted literally a screenshot from Arma, the video game. Like they're already doing it. But think about like my parents, they would have no idea what the fuck Arma is or any of this shit. They'd look at that and think it was, my mom still thinks you can't put things on the internet if it's a lie. And she's not that old. She's only 68. Like it's just kind of 67, I don't know, 67ish. It's very scary right now. And we just need to be aware of it, talk about it. If you have family, friends there, like try to support them in any way you can. I know a lot of us can't financially support Ukraine. Like, hi Mel, how are you, love? We're not in that position, but you know, talking about it and keeping it real and not sensationalizing shit or like spreading false information is so important. Hi Brandon, how are you, love? A warm water port is why Russia has long supported the garbage in Syria. And this is literally like their doorway to the Mediterranean. It's just gross. It's just, he's a gross human. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, Putin. You're a gross human. I think most people know about this, but I just have to reiterate too. The Russian people don't want war. A majority of Russians actually dislike Putin to start with. Putin is literally a dictator, 100%. I mean, if you guys don't know that, this is so important. I'm going to read it again just for those that aren't aware of this, just in case you don't like follow Eastern European politics, because why would you? Most people don't know this, but the Russian people do not support the war. It's kind of like when America was under Trump. Like we all looked around like what the fuck happened? The majority of the US didn't support that. The majority of the US didn't support any of that shit. I completely believe that. Like there are people in prison right now that have been in prison for years because they just tweeted something like I don't like Putin. They go to prison for that. In Russia. You go to prison if you're gay. Being gay is still illegal in Russia. Like illegal, like prison time because you love. I mean, it's a beautiful language. I studied a lot of Eastern culture when I was in college just because I thought it was fascinating and I love the Eastern European culture, but their leader is a piece of shit. And it's so scary. I think, honestly, I hate saying it. I feel like I'm going to jinx us, but what's going on is kind of like a very disgusting warning as to what could definitely happen here and what, the crazy right side is trying to do by limiting voting and removing voting machines and all this shit. Like, it steps towards this dictator type, like, just horrible. It's just. Oh, the shared culture gives you a right to invade argument is commonly known as blood and soil argument. Ironically, it's what the Nazis used to argue for their aggression. So Putin calling Ukraine Nazis. Oh, wow. Uh, Wow. You don't also want to potentially share Ukrainian army locations, strategies, movements. Please, please, please don't share pictures, videos, etc. of soldiers. Absolutely. I mean, why would we? I hope you guys. That's just gross stuff. That's just gross. I mean, it's. I saw that, Mr. Fox. Yeah, I did see that. I saw the protests. I saw people getting like run over by cars in Russia. It's just fucking terrible. It's horrible. Judy, how are you, love? As my host brother told me, Russia's great for Russians. It's sad that we aren't backing up our friends because they aren't into NATO yet. We could do more, but yeah. It's just so fucking weird. We're one world. We're all the same species of human. We all just want to be happy and like comfortable. But we for some reason cannot stop organizing and killing each other. I don't like it. I don't have an answer, but I don't like it. Oh my god, Brandon. Dude, did you guys see that Putin or fucking Trump inserted himself and said, what did he say? He was like, Putin and I have a great relationship. You know, I could ask him to leave Israel or leave Ukraine and he would do it because we have such a good relationship, but I'm not going to ask. Okay. Yeah, I want to barf like for the rest of eternity. It's happening inside of me right now. You just can't see it. One of the most famous Russian singers said something really great in regards to the war. We're given tongues for a reason to discuss, not fight. Oh, that's so beautiful. That gave me chills. Dude, Trump is such a piece. Trump is that kid that graduates high school but keeps going to high school parties 10 years later. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not part of this anymore, but he keeps inserting himself into it because that's the only way he remains relevant in any form other than being a crazy person who talks at people's weddings on an island. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he is. And everybody's looking at him like, you're not in high school anymore. Like, what the fuck are you doing here, pervo? He just has to insert himself into shit. I had a Ukrainian Uber driver once. We had a 40-minute conversation about it. He actually taught me how to pronounce Kiev. Apparently, Kiev is the Russian pronunciation, and the Ukrainian way is actually closer to Kiev. Wait, how would I say that? Is it how? I don't want to pronounce it wrong. Dude, if there's Ukrainians here, I would love to pronounce words correctly. I don't want to sound ignorant. I don't want to be ignorant. He does. Well, thinking is strong. Do we honestly think he thinks? I don't know. That's a strong one. Kiev. So Kiev instead of Kiev. Like there's no ye in there. I 100% BDO. I say it all the time. Like I will never wish death on somebody. That being said, if Trump like accidentally tripped and fell into an alligator pond, I don't think we would. I mean, do you honestly think a human being on this planet would miss him? I know he has like a really young son, but does his son even know who the fuck he is? Does he even see him? Where is Baron? Um, he believes it's a distraction of a power struggle with the Kremlin. If you don't want people looking at your shit you're doing to your country, create an enemy outside of it. Oh god, that's sick. Ew, I hate it. Oh, Putin, I mean, until someone steps in and stomps on his ugly feet, he's not going to stop. I mean, he's like that kid in Monopoly that gets some money and just buys every property ever known to man. Like I think he threatened Sweden this morning. Um, I was trying to get ready for stream, but also I was just like sitting here watching this news. I could not stop watching it. Oh, it's Sweden and Finland? No shit. Why? Not that there's anything wrong with your countries. I'm just curious. Like, what the fuck? Thank you, Angel. I was inspired by one of my geckos. Oh, because they're not in NATO. So he's being a little, like, is that his goal? Like, he's just going to conquer every country not part of NATO? No, Amber, I'm very scared of that. The fact that they have nukes. I don't like it. Oh, they do want to join. Is NATO like gonna let them? Are they considering like you can say you want to join NATO, but I don't know how NATO works. Like how do they let someone in, I guess. Mr. Fox, please stay safe. I have a lot of friends in Sweden, Denmark, Finland. I have Norway. I have friends all over. Jesus fucking dicks. Phoenix, that's terrifying. I don't think in school I ever did drills for bombs. I don't think. There's still people in this country still preying on the orange creature. I'm violently opposed to building more prisons. Oh my god, anime. When I went to get weed last night, the guy at the dispensary told me his parents are those people. He was like, I always talk to the dispensary dudes because I go, that's the only place I go, and they know me by name. They're really nice. And it's all dudes. I'm not just gendering dudes. It's literally all dudes. But he was telling me, he's like, my family, my mom literally thinks that one of the Kennedys is going to come back from the dead and like save us from Putin or something. And I was like, are you like really? He's like, abso-fucking-lutely. Like to a T, they believe that he is like the next coming of God or something. Belief is very scary. Seriously, Quim? Oh my god. I didn't have TV. Maybe it was going on. I was born in 88. I don't know. I mean, the fall of the Berlin Wall went down in 89, but I definitely was not conscious enough to remember that. Good morning. Special sauce. I did get a bunch of new weed. We've been, talking about Russia. uh, the whole thing triggers me because Eastern Europe is my area, and trying to be involved back in 2015 ended my career because my commander was an asshole who punished me for using my free time effectively. What? The fuck? Helena said a Czech artist I follow on Instagram who currently lives in Moscow was saying how there's talk that Putin's trying to get the lost empire back for Russia because he's an old dude and wants to be the way before he goes. Wow, shocking. Another case of a crazy rich white man in charge doing bad things. No offense to the rich white men in chat. You're not all bad, but Jesus, god damn it. What the fuck? NATO requirements, no active armed conflict, and approval from all members. So as long as they're not like currently like actively being invaded, then they can be considered basically. There's an entire wing of the GOP that's living in the dark ages from a thought and comprehension perspective. Dude, the one guy that looks like a turtle, like that when we watched it on stream, he was like, the so-called insurrection on January 6th was nothing but a gentle tour guided something. He was like, it looked like a group of tourists looking around the Capitol, stealing podiums and shit. Like, how do you do it? I mean, the only way you could say that and not laugh at yourself is to look like a turtle. I think. Old. Very old. And it's not even just age old. It's like old brain. Like, it's these people that are like, oh, it was, everything is better when you're a kid. Like, everybody respected their parents and made more money, and everything was cheaper when you were a kid, and whatever. But some people, like, take it that step further, and they're like, I'm going to make it like it was when I was a kid. And that is screaming instability. Screaming instability. The Finnish response, no, what is it? Please show me. I'm trying to catch up on chat, guys. Sorry. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all. Seriously, though. What is this money exactly? It makes zero sense. And the fact that I could go on about it for literally my entire life, but in America, we like stand by these amendments in our Constitution like they're biblical scripts written by holy leaders, when the word amendment literally is defined as to change, and we have never changed our amendments since they were written by children. Like, literally, they were written by alcoholic womanizers from the age of 16 to about 26 years old, I think. And it was written by those dudes, probably drunk with a bitch on their dick. And we're like, no, don't change them. I love you, Kinger. Try not to work too hard. Exactly. Like, it's all re-election. And if they're not worried about re-election, then they're doing nothing because they're in a position they can't get elected out of. So they just don't care. Like, I feel like it's like tenure in a college. Once you get into these positions where you die in them, I mean, you can't be fired. I think Putin wants to. I think Putin wants. I think Trump wants Putin to top him, like to fuck his rose-budded beehole. You know what I'm saying? Oh, did you? Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is Finland's response. Well, there are already tens of thousands of Russian troops in Finland. They're along the eastern borderline, about 6 feet under. Go Finland. That's fucking beautiful. That's a mic drop if I've ever heard one. An old ass boss of mine asked me to join in a chief of staff of the army study on Russian warfare so we could publish some new guidance and update foreign policy. My entire chain of command said, yep, no problem, as long as it doesn't affect your main job. Set up a trip to Europe to do some research. Commander found out and flipped his shit. Chewed out my boss and ended up with a shitty eval right before my promotion board? What in the fuck? That doesn't make any sense and everything hurts inside. Oh, Helena. Oh, poor guy. You don't want to be in, don't go in a bunker. Oh, we don't want bunkers. I don't think I don't know. I don't know. He does have fucking nukes. He's a major nuke power. The orange creature, Turtle Mitch Putin. I decided that if his funeral were to take place while I was in town, I would forego all other entertainments and entertain it. And attend it, Twain. Mark Twain was so fucking good. I got to visit Mark Twain's house. It was really cool when I went to Connecticut. War existed before America. That is banks and corporations, not countries. War is for, I mean, I'm trying to say something. Like saying, yes, war is forever doesn't solve anything. Like, we all know that war has existed forever and people are violent and evil, but like, how can we change that? I don't know. Why don't I want to kill people for land, but he does, but other people do? Like, where does that divide happen? That's where my brain is like, how? Why? Oh my God, Crayon, stop. Wait, Helena, which one? A couple people tagged me in spooters on Twitter this week. Which one? Maybe. The Swede's response was basically, go fuck yourself, Putin. Good. Good. Twain was savage, dude. I mean, I have quotes from Twain all over my house, like postcards that I purchased and put in frames and shit. He was a poignant motherfucker. The claymation Mark Twain movie, which one? What was it? Maybe? Is it old, new? Oh, 100%. Mark Twain. Can you imagine having dinner with Mark Twain? Like, no, I can't. I can't even form words. I wouldn't even know what to ask. There's a big blue one, but my friend got a new baby. Oh my God, I didn't see it. I have to go look for it. I didn't see a baby. I don't think. I'm gonna have to go look for it. I will find it. I haven't seen the old. I'm gonna have to look for it. I'm gonna write it down. Mark Twain, fucking claymation. That's crazy. No, I didn't. You guys know I didn't have TV when I was a kid, so it's not that we didn't have movies, but because we didn't have TV, I didn't grow up with like that culture of just sitting around the television all the time. So I really have not seen a lot of stuff. I'm kind of there's like this huge chunk of just like media in general that I completely missed out on. It's just do you know what it's called? Got a new baby. You don't buy yours? Come on. Good morning, Miniman. How are you, love? I'm very much against military and violence due to personal beliefs, not religious, but if push comes to shove, I'll gladly fucking side with Sweden if they ask for defensive help. I'm exactly the same. Like, I'll defend people I love if I must. Like, if you're at my door with guns, I will defend myself, but I don't want to. I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in violence. I don't think violence or screaming or anything like that solves literally anything. Ending war forever is what the EU is all about. It's there to prevent war by making it untenable by interconnecting economic interest. Hopefully this isn't an end to that project. I really fucking hope not. My dick is crossed. Ooh, thank you. It's literally The Adventures of Mark Twain. Thank you. I'm gonna write it down. Got it. My two dicks. Well, they're spiritual, so like when they cross, it's kind of like if you've ever seen slugs fuck. It's similar to that. What kind of pizza? Yum. War should go away forever. Like, nobody wants a war except people that won't be touched by it. Like someone like Putin who's going to sit in some high seat and just move pieces on a chessboard. No one wants fucking war. It's crazy. Miniman, my personal day is not bad. I woke up with a migraine, but it's cold as fucking dry. What are you going to do? I am so sad and heartbroken over what's happening to Ukraine right now. You've never seen slug porn? Oh my god, do you want to see it? It's kind of pretty. You'd be shocked. It's kind of really fucking weird. Slugs are hermaphroditic, and so they have both parts. Slugs have the male. They have a pee and a nana, and what they do is they sword fight with their peepees, and whoever like wins gets to penetrate the other one and be the boy. But their penises are like an effervescent, like glowing blue color. It's crazy. Nature is amazing. Literally, they like sword fight with their penis parts. It's incredible. Yeah, no, penetrate isn't quite the right word. It's a literal stab. Yeah. Not really. Hey, education, I'm saying. It is docking to death. Go fuck yourself. Sometimes the slug that wins will literally just like break his own dick off and leave it in the other slug because he doesn't want to bother getting it out. Can you imagine? Ooh, I like spicy. I'm a big spicy fan. Putin is hyper paranoid, Katie. He's holding Security Council meetings in a large hall with a TV there, and he sits 20 meters away from the others to not be assassinated. Really? That's me too, Miniman. Like, nothing really fixes my migraines usually, so I just say fuck it and do something. Wrestling porn? Oh my god, it kind of is. But okay, I just have to show you a picture because if I just like the way I describe it will never do it justice. Hold on. I'm gonna show you slug sex. Don't be freaked out. It's pretty cool. I gotta find a good picture. That's an okay one. I literally Googled slug sex. Maybe I should have not Googled sex. They don't technically have sex. Look at this, though. This is so cool. That is slug sex. Those are the two slugs, and those are their penises sword fighting. Nothing I could have ever said would ever make you picture this, I don't think, if you didn't know what this already looked like. So yeah, there you go. Slug sex. Effervescent, beautiful, glowing blue dicks. Nature's wild. Hello, Alan. How are you, love? It's like how octopi have sex. Sometimes the male just whips out his dick, tentacle, and rips it off and throws it to the female. Dude, I wish honestly, I look forward to the day where a dick is thrown at me. It is. It's like I've seen it a million times as a child because I was in Western Washington and there are just copious slugs because of the sheer amount of rain. So you see slug fucking all the time, but I did not know what was happening as a child. I was just like, oh, the slugs are aliens. Awesome. You know? You're welcome, Judy. That's what I'm here for. So, is this what inspired Star Wars? I know, right? A dildo just doesn't have the same effect as watching someone literally tear their dick off of their body and throw it at me. This is what my dreams look like. Leave it to Mark to get me to laugh while we're talking about the fucking taking over of the Ukraine and slug cocks. Oh, it's beautiful. I feel like there'd be a lot of blood, probably. I did watch Pain Olympics when I was a kid, and I don't remember there being a shit ton of blood, but he didn't cut his dick off when it was hard. I imagine if it was hard, there'd be a lot more. Don't Google Pain Olympics. If you do, it is not my fault. Ugh. Oh my god, special sauce. When I was like 2 years old, I tried to eat a slug, and my mom scooped it out of my mouth. I don't remember this happening ever. She told me this story. She's like, your drunk dad passed out in the yard and let you eat a slug. I was like, oh, I'm okay. I think their slime makes your tongue go numb or something creepy, though. I think I've read that before. Oh, are they poisonous? She saved my life. Wow. I should thank her. I think I actually bit it in half and she had to like scoop it out. So if you have bottom surgery, they don't actually cut your pee-pee off. They like slice it in half like hot dog ways and stuff it inside your body and create a vagina with it. It's magic. Because then you still have the sensations, right? Like the penis skin is now on the inside, but there's still like the friction and all the nice feelings. I assume. Anyone here have a custom made pee-pee? This is a safe place, by the way. Just so you know. I'm just curious. It is sorcery. Don't ever Google it if you want to sleep at night. I had to look at an entire like book about it because we did it at Hopkins, and I had to learn about it. And it is, it, yeah. I mean, they've made it work. Obviously, people wouldn't have it done if it fucked you up. Consent is very important, right? Yeah. Most slugs are not poisonous on their own, but their slime is a breeding ground for lots of nasty bacteria. Ew. Ooh, for Spooter Picks, we actually have an entire Discord channel for it, Helena. If you want to put Spooter Picks in the Discord, we have one literally just for spiders because there's so many people that have like phobias, you know. I'm not here to scare people with spiders. Oh yeah, there's so many. I mean, I got to be personally part of a surgery creating a penis on a transgender man, which was amazing. But I've seen the vaginas made, and they literally like make your outie an innie. You know what I'm saying? If I had a penis, it would probably hurt me to watch. That being said, if I had a penis and fully knew I was not supposed to have a penis, it'd probably be enlightening to watch because you'd be like, oh my god, they can make me the way I'm supposed to be. Plastics, we call them plastics in a hospital. That's just the term, but it's technically plastic surgeons, but they're not the type of plastic surgeons that do like tit jobs and, you know, Botox or whatever. They're the people that, you know, do gender reassignment surgery, top surgery, bottom surgery, and or fixing like malformations from an accident or something, you know, like cleft palate, stuff like that. We call them plastics. Plastics is fucking magic. They are black magic people. I don't know what kind of school they go to that's special, but they can build penises that work like a penis. It's straight sorcery. It's so fucking amazing. Like it's just your brain. It's wild. what they can do is just amazing. Hi, Sammy, my love. How are you? Hello, LZT. How are you? It's always bacteria is nasty. If they know, I know they consist of the same parts, but I'm amazed you can make an outie to an innie and an innie with some extra into an outie. Same, 100%. I've seen it so many times in surgery. Like, I've seen the diagrams, I've seen the before and after, I've seen it, and I still can't believe it. I still can't believe we could do that. And it leads me to believe that there's a reason we can do this, right? There's a reason we can gender reassign. There's a reason we are able to do this surgery. Because you deserve it. That's my opinion. Bye, David. Please be safe. My heart is with you. They could theoretically build a dick and throw it at me. Yes. I think. But it'd be like fresh. Like there'd be no way to like let it heal and become like a solid, not cut up dick if you didn't attach it to a person. You'd have to like make a dick, attach it, let it heal, and then cut it off and throw it at me, which just seems like a big waste of time, really. I mean, I don't mind being female if I could get rid of like the cramps and the menstruation part. Everything else is like whatever. We've all got weird jiggly bits on the outside that are tender. You got balls, I got tits. It's the just pain all the time. That's the part I'd like to not experience. Would a cadaver's dick suffice? So, unfortunately, when people die, the blood tends to pool on the side of the body that's down, so usually on the back. And because your penis doesn't have like a bone in it or any structure to keep it engorged, they kind of suck into your body and become a belly button when you die. It's like an old prune. Source, I've seen a lot of dead people. I'm very excited, Helena. Detachable Penis, it's my new band name. I miss this guy who identifies as he, him, but some days I really do wish humans had some freaky dick shit going on, like being able to detach it and throw it. Same. Or like birds and some marsupials, they have forked dicks so that when they're fucking their partner can't just like fall out of the tree. Their dick literally like fish hooks inside the vagina of their partner to hold on to them. There's so many cool mating things out there, and we're just like these slimy flesh sacks that like soak in each other for a minute. So uninteresting. We're really not that cool as a species. We think we're cool, but not that cool. Something I never thought of. Which one? What did I say? Which part? I talk too fast, too much. It's terrible. The penis, you mean? Like shriveling up? It's weird. It's kind of, I'm sure you guys have seen a dead, like most people have seen a dead body either from a funeral or you've seen someone die or something. Like you start where there's no bone structure, you know, you sink in, like your eyes sink in and your mouth sinks in where there's no bones to keep shit propped up. So, you know, your dick just goes. It's kind of gross and sad. But some old ladies can literally wrap their tits around their neck like a fucking scarf. So, like, all bodies get weird when we're old. Let's be real. It's all weird. It's not an uphill process from birth. Men are programmed to orgasm so fast, while women are programmed to take a while before orgasming. I have thought of that so many times. Literally, the female orgasm, it makes the uterus contract in a way that will literally squeeze the sperm up towards the egg. So, like, getting your girl to come if you want to get pregnant is a good idea. It actually enhances the likelihood of getting pregnant. But we're designed so different. Like, guys come if air blows by, and girls like sit on a vibrator for 60 years and be like, oh, I think I felt something. Just kidding. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird. It is very strange as a species.
Right. Basically.
419 tipped $5.
Zoe.
I hooked up with Ethan Plath from Welcome to Plathville, and if you thought he had a good first time drinking Coke, You should have seen his orgasm. The first time he tried Coca-Cola, actually he wouldn't stop moaning through his perfect white teeth. Ew.
Coca-Cola dissolves pennies. What would it do to a rectum? Nobody wants to know. I'm just imagining like the yeah, not. Nope. That's fucking yep. I love you, Zoe, so much. I gotta open the package you sent me. Still. I've only seen dead pets of my grandmother before she was carted away. I never really saw that level of decay. I used to work in hospitals as a respiratory therapist. So I've seen like far more than any other person should ever see. Ever. But yeah, once you die and circulation starts, the only reason we stay like puffy and hydrated is circulation, your heart. And once your heart stops doing its job, all the fluids in our body basically just go and sink to whatever side of your body is down. So usually if someone's found down, like an old person dies in bed, and we roll them, their back will be purple. Their whole back of their body looks like a giant bruise, but it's just because they died a while ago and all the blood pooled to one side. It's pretty normal. I mean, no, not normal to like see it and experience it. I don't mean that's normal. I sound like such a fucking psycho sometimes when I talk out loud. I apologize. Hey, Lil, I'm sorry. I just kicked up poor little Lil's head. Should I open it? I know I gotta go get it. I worked one summer in a hospital as an NA nurse assistant. Oh my god. In the US, we call nurses assistants, we call them CNAs, so certified nurses aides. They, in my opinion, have the worst job. Like, maybe next to, like, the facilities people, like, the janitorial staff or whatever. If a nurse's patient shits or pisses or vomits or coughs or comes, the CNA gets to wipe it up. Most of the time. Because the nurse is busy, doing other shit. And they get paid minimum wage, if that. Yeah, it's praise your CNA, dude. They work. Nurses and CNAs are just they're the shit queens. It's crazy. It's Emma trying to get out, dude. Stay inside. Stay inside. The body's already been moved, right? Sometimes. So usually what happens in a hospital, this is a really dark conversation. I don't want to trigger anybody. If anybody's like really sensitive about death, I am death in the hospital. Like it was my job. So I don't want to freak anybody out with like death stories. So just in case anybody's, But we actually really need to take a break. We've been live for a bit and I need to run an ad. But when I come back, if you remind me, I will just walk you through the process of when you die in a hospital, if you'd like. It's not gross. I mean, I'm not going to like go into sometimes it's gross. If you're gross, it's gross. But, it's a pretty, I don't know. I still have toe tags somewhere in my house, actually. I could find them. They're somewhere here. Because you just carry them home in your pockets on accident. Whenever you open a death pack, there's like 20 toe tags in there for your one patient in case you mess up 20 times. I don't know. It's crazy. So you just pocket the rest for later. And I have so many toe tags in my house. Oh, I do need to grab water. Good idea. Yes. Okay, so let's take a break. Oh God, cuteness. What is it? What is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna show this to you guys. Oh, I opened it on the wrong fucking monitor. I can show it to you on this monitor. It's fine. Perhaps tomorrow will never come for us in our small studio from Ukraine. All I want to do is leave my tiny mark and share with you my creations over the past 5 years. Love your loved ones and let there be no war. I mean, fuck. Though. Fuck. That. I agree. 100%. 100%. That's crazy. Okay. On that lovely positive note. Ugh. I just can't. There's nothing to be said other than war is disgusting and ugly and nobody wants it. When I come back, I'm going to pack a bowl and smoke some pot because I am far too sober for this day. And I will tell you what it's like to process Nana when she dies in a hospital, I guess. If you want to know. I will be back in a few. Yeah, that's it. I'll be back in a few. Stand up, stretch, get some water, pack a bowl, get some caffeine if you need it. Tell someone you love them, compliment a stranger. I don't know. Do what you gotta do. I'll be back. Maybe. Oh, I fucking forgot my water. Every time. Every time. I got a monster. I got my package and my water. Sorry. I don't know how I forget things so fast. Like within seconds. Gone. Ooh, it is. I'll give it to you. It's actually from the soundtrack for the game Bastion. If you've never played it, it's an amazing game. Boosh. Seriously. Fuck yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that. Fuck off. Anyways, yeah. That's actually like a combo of a couple of the songs. The songs are Mother I'm Here, Setting Sail, and Coming Home. It's 3 different songs put together, but the soundtrack for that game is so good. Did I pass through a doorway? Constantly. It's my life. I'm like a dog. Like I walk into rooms all day and I'm like, why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I in this room? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You guys want to see my weed? I got new weed. Dude, Queen of the Damned soundtrack. I've probably listened to that soundtrack more than anything in my life. I went through a really weird period in high school where I just listened to that on repeat forever. It was a time. You need arched doorways. I need tall ceilings. Hi, Kelty. How are you, love? It wasn't a great soundtrack. I was just obsessed with, like, the fact that a movie came out for baby goths. I was such a little goth kid. Tall ceilings, dude. I would kill for tall ceilings. Someday, maybe. Not here, though. All right, weed. I actually got, I can't, what strain was it that I ground up? Unicorn, what was it? Unicorn poop. One of the buds had a bunch of seeds in them, and I saved them. Like, good seeds. Like, viable. So I'm probably going to try to grow those, which will be fun. I don't know, grow some plants. Unicorn poop sounds like a great strain. But then I still have some unicorn poop. But I got breath mints is one of the strains. And the other one's called Sumo Skunk. I don't know what the names mean. They're so arbitrary to me at this point. And then I got 7 grams of London pound cake because I just really like this. It's more expensive than just this is like Cookies brand. They're branded weed, whatever. It's more expensive, but this strain is just so nice. It's so smooth. I'm going to grind this one up. Sumo Skunk. Yep, Sumo Skunk and breath mints with a Z. Breath mints. It does not smell good. I smelled it. I was like, is it going to smell minty? No. It smells like weed. Big shock. Big shock there. And then I got one dab. I got the brand is Harmony, and it's live terp batter for it's a live terp batter. That's what the consistency is of the dab, and the strain is Sour Tangy. Sour Tangy? Yeah. And it is, I will read the info somewhere on it. Come on. It doesn't, fuck, are you kidding me? It doesn't have the percentage on it anywhere. It's under the sticker. 64.4% THC. They put these, like, this is like the sale tag from the dispensary. I don't know why. It's so much paper they send you home with. Like, did I save it? I saved a bag because I wanted to show you all the shit they send you home with. It's like warnings about weed. Like, literally, when I buy weed, I get like 5 pamphlets about how I could smoke too much, but I could go buy a bottle of liquor for nothing with no pamphlet. It's crazy. Black-Eyed Katie. Ooh, I've never had that. Is it good? Hello, Wolf. How are you, love? Ooh, Kelty, you get a day off? What are you going to do? Oh, the name, Kelty, I honestly, like, I think the first names, like Skunk and, you know, Dank and all those names, those came because weed stinks. Like, I'm pretty positive that's where they came from. Like, I've gotten a strain before called Cheetah Piss because some weed, like, they named it that because some weed just smells like cat piss. There's nothing wrong with it. It literally smells like cat piss. Most weed fucking stinks, but I think the names have grown from there because every time they cross 2 strains, they have to make up some fucking new name of the 2 cross strains, and it just has, you know, unicorn poop. Let's see, what is this made of? Okay, this is it. So this strain is called unicorn poop, but the 2 strains that fucked to make this strain are GMO and Sophisticated Lady. That makes unicorn poop, I guess. I don't know where they come up with these names. Oh, Mikey!
Baby, that's a big old 34-month reset, motherfucker.
That sounds nice, though. Nice strain. Ooh, 28.5. Dude, some of these strains I got today yesterday were pretty high. What is this one?
419 tipped $5. CK, I want Gizmo Daddy to treat me like a fish egg and eat me up and shit me out in a strange body of water so that a land octopus can suck me into its octopode ovaries and I can spawn forth and become a giant meat clown till its penises come at 27 miles per hour. You woo.
Hi, gay.
That was so much to take in. The meat got me. I love you, Zoe. Your brain is unicorn poop. Are you the Sophisticated Lady in my weed? Because I could see it. I hate these fucking child safe packages. They're adult safe. It's just false security, dude. You just cut it open with scissors. Any kid can use scissors. Jesus. Oh, this weed smells bad. It's a good strain, though. I really do like London Pound Cake. I like the smell of weed when I'm out and about. If I smell someone smoking, I'm like, weed. But it's not like, that's a pleasant smell. It's more like, give me some of that. You know what I'm saying? I've never, like, if I smoke out here, go to the bathroom, go pee, and then come back out here, and it reeks like smoke, it smells bad. I don't know anybody that's like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking bathe in it. I am a 5-year-old. Stop it. I'm gonna stay 5 as long as I possibly can. I had to grow up way too quick. I'm going backwards now. Dude, the Uber Ziplocs, they're so stupid. It's false security. Like, this is nothing. I mean, this is what's gonna keep your kid from getting into your weed is the Ziploc. You could just cut it. But they do it anyways. Like, I've bought in some strains where literally, oh my God, you guys remember when Reese had to break open her weed container with well, we almost had to break it open with a hammer because she couldn't figure out how to get into it. Like that, they make some of the weed we buy so complicated. It's like, I just want to smoke it. I just want to get high. Please stop. Some people legit love weed smells. There's so much weed incense. Really? I think it smells like to me, it smells like skunk weed, which is like a weird swamp plant that grows in Washington state. And it has these huge waxy green leaves, and then it shoots up like this big yellow dick out of the middle of it. It looks like a corn cob. And it smells like if a skunk sprayed, and they're everywhere in Washington. That's what it smells like to me. To me, a strain that like smells good, I guess, to me, is one that's just like weed, like clean fucking weed smell. It doesn't smell like piss or gasoline. Like some strains, I straight up swear to God, I'm smoking gasoline. Like I know I'm not, but they taste and smell like gasoline, and they're good strains. It's just smelly. Kelty, drive safe, love. Be careful, please. I've never used a recycler before. However, I've heard that if what I'm thinking of, the recycler is the same thing I'm thinking of, it's kind of like a volcano or something. It like fills up a bag with smoke and then you suck it out of the bag, right? Is that what a recycler does? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, basically the cooler you can get the smoke of your weed, the healthier or I guess not healthier because no one's willing to fund enough weed research for us to really like pound people with marijuana and see what the limit is on humans, unfortunately. But so far, we can tell you, you're not going to die from weed. When I worked at Walmart, I would smell so much weed in the parking lot. I live in a legal state. Oh, it's everywhere here. Yeah, you walk around and you just smell it everywhere. But I'd rather smell weed than a cigarette, to be honest. You finally started huffing gas. So proud. Thank you. Thank you. I'm growing up. It's happening. I love the smell of herbs and stuff, but weed is one of those distinct smells I cannot stand. Dude, I get it. I want to smoke it. I love to get high. I have like a sentimental attachment to the smell because I like to get high, and I've been smoking weed since I was like 11. But I'm never going to be like, oh, I sure wish I had an incense that smelled like this. It's like getting a candle that smells like pie. It's a false promise. I'm just going to smoke the weed and make a pie. Probably. Where's my lighter? That flame, dude. When you get your lighter hot in your pocket, the flame gets so big. I'm just adverse to breathing in superheated air with traces of burning plant. 100%. 100% get it. It might shock you to know that most of the respiratory therapists I've worked with in my life all smoke cigarettes. No shame, by the way, to smokers or any vice you have. But it's weird when you work in a hospital for an extended period of time, you kind of get this weird, like you start to like see, I guess, that everyone dies all the time and it doesn't make sense ever. And so a lot of people I've worked with in medical care, it's not that they have this open opinion of just like, fuck the world, I'm going to do heroin, but they're like, I'm going to enjoy my life right now because I could die tomorrow for no fucking reason. They kind of take that like opinion, but I'm all for it, honestly. I truly believe life is so short and so precious. Like, eat a cupcake if you want a fucking cupcake. Shall we smoke pot? Special sauce, same. I mean, it's not like that's the vice they go for, but working in healthcare doesn't make them want to quit because I've told you guys, I've had vegan trail runners drop dead. Nothing keeps you impervious to death. Like, nothing. We know ways to, like, prevent death a little bit. That's about it. But I love oh my God, dude. Okay, let's cheers real quick. Snooches, booches.
Cheers to the dank Lord.
But then I'm going to tell you a story about a gasoline smell that to this day I still love. 100% get it. Cheers. Oh, anime. Fuck yeah. Dude, I just realized my birthday's in a week. Like, just on my break, I was like, oh, shit. Also, this is a creepy. I don't care about my birthday, by the way. But I am turning the age that my mother was when she had me, and that's real fucking weird. Like, I'm officially the age my mother was when she became a mother. almost, and I don't like it. I'll skip. Oh, talent. Well, that's the thing. Like, I quit respiratory. Like, I'm still a registered licensed respiratory therapist. I keep my license up to date just in case this falls apart and all y'all decide to hate me and leave me forever. You never know. But I was looking around at all of the older respiratory therapists, all the RTs who had been RTs for 40 plus years. And I'm not saying this judgy. They themselves made it very apparent that they were fucking miserable. Like, they live to work. They That's it. They live to work because nowhere else in the world. I think it's similar to being in the military and going to war and coming back and trying to live like a normal person after living in that environment where you're like jumping and have a gun and you're ready to shoot anyone that comes at you. When you're in the hospital, you're needed 24/7. There's always someone needing you, like vitally needing you. You always have something to do, and there's always someone in the hospital worse off than you. And instead of facing their own problems, like you work too much, you're never seeing your kids, you're going through a divorce, whatever, they just keep working constantly. Like, I've never met an RT or a nurse that had one job. They always have multiple jobs because they pick up shifts at other hospitals constantly. And I'm guessing this, though. I don't know. But I looked around, like, every older RT I knew was fucking miserable. They were divorced. They would call in sick to work 2 out of the 3 days a week they had to work just because simply they didn't want to be there anymore. Not one of them was happy. They would never talk about, oh, I'm so glad I went into this career field. Like, it's been so rewarding. Nothing. It was just, I've been in this for 40 years. I still hate my job. I hate what I do. I hate the doctors. And I was like at the time, I didn't really know what I was going to do otherwise. I was just like, oh my fuck, what have I done? It's really scary. I'm glad I don't have to be in that environment anymore. Shireen, like, it's not that people would decide to hate me, but like, just find a different channel to hang out in for a while. It's like I picture Twitch channels kind of like Netflix shows. I don't take offense if someone doesn't want to hang out with me today. They're probably hanging out with someone else or watching another Netflix show. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Don't sniff gasoline. However, when I was a kid, I grew up on a lake and we would go sea biscuiting all the time, which is like when you drag one of those big hardcore inner tubes behind a boat at extremely fast speeds and try to throw the person off the inner tube. I don't know if you're supposed to do that last part, but my uncles did. And we would be in the inner tube behind the boat, and before the boat took off, the little inner tubes would just be like bobbing around behind the speedboat, and the smell of boat exhaust bouncing off the lake water, I loved it. I loved it. I can remember it now. I still might like it. I don't know. I haven't sea biscuited in many, many years, but that is one of those weird fucking smells. I loved it. And my dad would be like, stop huffing the fucking fumes. And I'd be in the back like, but it's so good. And then maybe that's why I didn't feel being flung off the fucking inner tube. I don't know. You like gasoline smells because it's basically premeditated hellfire smell. Maybe. And sometimes an episode is too heavy for you to watch, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. 100% understand. How are you, Cake? It smells really good, and plus I think it's a narcotic. Whether you sniff it or just smell it casually, it like instantly has a narcotic effect. Any kind of gasoline does it? I don't remember. It's been years. This is when I was a kid. But it was that smell. Used to go too big. I loved it, unless my Uncle Bob was driving, because my Uncle Bob literally, like, he had a little Bayliner speedboat, and his goal was to fling you off that inner tube as far as he fucking possibly could. And he'd get, like, visibly angry if he couldn't fling you off. Like, after a while, you kind of get the hang of it, and you're like, you lean with the tube, and shit. And he would pull these fucking circles where the tube would literally be, like, on the side of the boat, and the boat would be going very, very fast. And if he couldn't fling you off, like, he would get pissed. It was, like, a goal of his. And it was horrible. When you're going at speeds like that, hitting water is like hitting cement. Like, we have a video of Katrina, my sister Katrina, flying off one of the inner tubes. My mom was taking a home video or something. And you watch her body, she actually rolls on top of the water like 6 times before starting to go into the water. She bounces on top of it like a lot. It's alarming. Is that the same sweet smell of the Adonis that is rowing? Oh my God, maybe, because it definitely was sweet. I remember it being like a very freakishly sweet smell. That's so weird. No, he's just a fucking asshole. I hate my Uncle Bob. He's not a nice person. He's just a douche. Just a douche. I don't know why he wanted to do that to us. Like, he literally could have killed any of us. We absolutely could have snapped our necks. We had life preservers on, but the point of Seabiscuiting is not flinging the people off. It's, drag them behind the boat and give them a good time. Oh, he's definitely a Bob. He's my Uncle Bob. I'm very, you guys know this, very redneck white people, middle of nowhere. My uncles are Jimbo, Bob, and oh my God, what is the oldest one's name? The older one I've seen like 5 times my entire life. I can't remember his name now. Marnie, Bobby, Timmy, and Jimbo. If you didn't believe that I grew up as white trash, you have to now. Yeah. Yeah. A douche is the point of honestly, there is no point to a douche. None of you should be douching. Like, if you own a douche, throw it away, burn it. Douches are meant to flush out your vagina. But the problem is that it there's nothing wrong with a vagina. Your vagina is self-cleaning. It's amazing. And it flushes out all the healthy bacteria. So usually what happens is after you douche, you get a yeast infection or a bladder infection because there's no healthy bacteria to keep you safe anymore. There's no point. Enemas for your butthole. Douches are stupid. They're pointless, which is what I mean when I call someone a douche. They're pointless. And potentially dangerous. Divorce a douche, is that a thing? Oh yeah, the names they're comical. It's comically redneck. Like, if you like, what are those guys? The duck call guys, the duck men or whatever, duck boys, bearded duck men. I don't know what the fuck their show was. That's like my uncles. And we had a giant dirt bike track in the backyard, and I lit off very dangerous fireworks out of PVC pipe. Duck Dynasty, thank you. That one. Theoretically, could you douche away a yeast infection? No. The yeast actually lives in the dermis. It lives like in the flesh. It's not a surface bacteria, which is that's the theory behind a douche. But nothing that's actually going to cause a problem with your vagina is a surface thing, because your vagina would flush it out, right? Like, our vaginas literally once a month cause our bodies to squeeze and purge out a fake baby sack every month, and we think they can't clean themselves. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying we as a populace have designed lots of very strange products to clean a vagina that is completely self-cleaning if you're healthy. Dude, I do it all the time. I'm a big proponent. I'm very against all those fucking diet tea. There were these, what are they called? It's not diet's not the word. It's like cleansing or something. Oh my God, there's a word for it. But they kept selling teas and suckers and candies and all these foods that would cleanse your body, but they were just light laxatives. Your liver does it. That's what your liver does. Your liver literally filters the shit out of your blood. It's what it does. If you've got a liver, you don't need skinny tea or whatever the fuck those things are. Yeah, fit tea, ballerina tea, whatever the fuck you want to call them. None of them. They're actually really bad for you because they flush all the nutrients out of your intestines. Hey, I'm sure that baby sack is trying very hard. God damn it. I don't care. No more sacks. Oh my God. When I was in Thailand, they legitimately had those spas you could go to and put your feet in a pool of fish that would eat all the dead skin off your feet. Mm-mm. But I did see hundreds of people dunk their filthy pre-pedicured feet into the exact same pool of water over and over and over again, which leads me to wonder about stuff. I wouldn't. Kelty, welcome back. You're safe. You're good. Oh my god, death. I forgot we were going to talk about death. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so before our break, I said someone asked a question. Oh, someone asked if the janitorial staff, like the service staff in hospitals, ever has to see the dead bodies. To which I answered, sometimes. So basically, what happens is if you are admitted to a hospital, meaning you're an inpatient, you are sleeping there, and you die within 24 hours, we'll call a coroner and do an autopsy. And then it's taken away, and I have nothing left. I have nothing else to do, like, with it at all. Because if you die within 24 hours in the hospital, they want to investigate and see if it was our fault or if you were already going to die. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they do that. If you don't die within the first 24 hours, unless it's requested by the medical care team or the family, we don't do autopsies because normally if you've been in the hospital for a while, we're pretty sure we know why you're dying because we are taking care of you. But what will happen is, like, if a patient dies or we code a patient and call it time of death, whatever, everyone clears out of the room except for the one nurse who's in charge of that patient and the respiratory therapist on the floor. Every hospital's different. I've noticed, like, some hospitals, you have a central unit where all the respiratory therapists, like, have lunch together and chill, and then you have a phone and a pager and you get called to your patients, whatever. But big hospitals like Hopkins, you are assigned a unit and you stay there. So, like, for instance, I worked in the surgical unit and I was the only respiratory therapist there and I stayed there all night. I didn't have, like, an RT unit to go back to or anything. So if a patient died anywhere in the surgical unit, I had to attend to the patient. And then the nurse and I fill out all the paperwork, the death, whatever, time of death, all that shit. And then we toe tag them. And then the nurse and I have to escort the corpse to the morgue in the basement. And then the pathology lab takes over from that point. But what happens is if we're really busy, so, like, if it's wintertime and everybody has a fucking cold, or if for some reason we just have a shit ton of surgeries scheduled, um, when someone dies, they want to clean that room so we can get a new patient in as fast as possible. Because if you've never been admitted to a hospital or worked in medical, there's steps to the care. ICU is essentially the highest. That is intense. The intensive care unit. It means you're dying, and we need to have someone, like, one-on-one with you 24/7. And that's usually where you're going to see respiratory therapists, is in ICUs. If an RT walks into your room in the hospital, like, you're not doing well. And then there's PCU right below ICU, and that's like you're getting better, but we still need you to be pretty much monitored every couple of hours. We need someone to check you, and then we have the floors beneath that, and the floors are, we're just watching you at this point. Like, you're not going to get checked on every couple of hours. There's a nurse present, but unless you need meds fed to you constantly, they're not really going to bother you. It's just so we can have eyes on you in case something drastic goes down and wrong. And so if we have a really ugly code, which a code means if a patient in the hospital in our care, their heart stops, we cannot sense a pulse, and they are not conscious, that's medical death. And if you don't have a DNR or a do not resuscitate, we by law must try to resuscitate you. And it doesn't matter what shape your body's in or what you've been through, how old you are, we do the exact same thing. The moment we notice there's no pulse and no heartbeat, we get on your chest and we start doing chest compressions. And in order for chest compressions to be effective, we have to push at least 3 to 4 inches under the breastbone of your chest. So depending on your muscle mass, fat content, how big you are in general, where your sternum is, that's a lot of fucking work. The general rule is you never leave someone doing compressions more than a minute. Like, once you see the nurse, respiratory therapist, whoever the fuck is doing the compressions, it can be anybody. Like, whoever notices no pulse, you get on the chest immediately. Like, you don't look for someone else, you do it. If you notice them slowing down, not going as deep, you literally push them out of the way and take over for them. And we usually have a line of people out the door rotating to do compressions because no person can do good compressions for more than a minute. You're gonna get tired. Like, you have to use your whole fucking body. It's crazy. Again, 4 inches below that big old bone in your chest. So, if you can, I'm not gonna elaborate. I'm gonna let your imagination take it there. But in a trauma hospital where I'm seeing a lot of gunshot wounds, knife wounds, horrible surgeries gone wrong, coding a patient like that is going to be fucking messy. If you're over the age of 65, we're gonna shatter all the ribs in your chest. We have to in order to reach your heart. And that's going to be a fucking mess. You're going to cough up blood and shit. We're going to have to keep you for a while. But all of those things, I'll let your imagination take you there. We call the death. We have to clean the room. Like, we have to clean it, like sterilize the room before we can let any other patient in there. And sometimes we will not be done with the paperwork of the dead body, and housekeeping's already coming in to sterilize the room. So they definitely probably see a lot of dead bodies, I'm guessing. It didn't happen to me very often, just because it's a surgical unit, you know? I wasn't working in the ER most of the time. But, yeah. It's pretty, straightforward. Anything spooky ever happened in the hospital? Never. Never. And I wish. I worked at one hospital where everyone told me there was like a ghost of a little girl in a red jacket, and I would definitely see her on night shift. Never. I fucking looked. Nothing. I've never experienced a creepy thing in a hospital in my life. And I've gone to the creepy, like, in big hospitals like Johns Hopkins. That's the last hospital I worked at, so that's the one I reference all the time. But giant hospitals like that, normally a lot of the hospital is just completely out of use. It's very strange. Instead of updating chunks of the hospital, what they'll do is just build a new tower that's complete, like 100%, you know, the new technology, new whatever, and they'll just abandon the old one. And it's real creepy. Like, it looks like a functioning hospital, but there's literally not a soul. And when you're on night shift, you get fucking bored. So we would go on adventures, and I never found a creepy fucking thing in my life. It was so, like, disappointing. We would go to the darkest, like, the dark, scary, like, construction paper hanging from the walls areas, me and the other RTs, when we were bored on night shift. Nothing. Excuse me. Oh my God, I can't fathom how much debt that would have put me in if oh my God. Dude, I know at Hopkins, to sleep in an ICU room with the lights off, no oxygen, no monitors, no nurse, no care, no nothing, like you're literally just sleeping in a room, is $6,000 a night minimum. I know that. Hi, Vissy. Jables! Did I not hear a resub? The fuck? Jables, thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. I don't know why I didn't hear that. Or I was thinking about death too much. I apologize. Oh, it's disgust. Oh, it's like, it's a common, not a saying, but kind of like this thing in the US. If you don't have insurance, which means you can't afford it because most people have to pay for their own insurance, people will just not get their driver's license because one car accident is an eternal debt. Like, you can go to jail for the debt you'll get from the hospital. This is the thing, though, and this goes for everybody, and I'm going to say it, and some people will come at me. I swear to fuck this is real. In the United States of America, it is illegal to deny care to a patient, to a human being, regardless of anything at all, period. Like, it doesn't matter where you're from, doesn't matter if you're illegal, period. If you come to a hospital and you need care, we must care for you. We don't ask if you're a citizen. We don't look at that paperwork. We don't care about any of that. And there are so many people that won't go to the ER because they're afraid they're going to get deported or something. And they're, dying of COVID in their homes, proliferating the disease to their family, so on and so forth. I just need you guys to know that. Like, there are shitty hospitals who could try to turn you away. They legally cannot. If you are in need of care, and that means like actual need of care. Like, if you stubbed your toe and your boo-boo hurts and they're like, sorry, we have 2 gunshots, the cops are going to do nothing if you call cops. But if you are a gunshot and they try to turn you away for any reason, it's illegal. We must care for you. And yes, you're going to get a bill. However, this is the thing hospitals don't want you to know. Part of this law in the US that states that healthcare workers in the US must accept patients and care for them regardless of anything. Part of that is also because we took you in and cared for you without insurance or anything, we can't send you to collections for a medical bill as long as you acknowledge it. And this is where people get into big trouble and get fucked. They'll get their medical bill in the mail and just stay super bitter about it and ignore it. And if you ignore that bill forever, then the hospital will eventually, I mean, we're talking years down the road, they will send that bill to collections because they just don't even know if you're alive anymore. You can pay $1 a month on a $100,000 surgery bill and never go to collections and never have your credit touched People don't know this, though, and hospitals do not want you to know this because they want the money. I mean, we all know this. The administrative owners of hospitals are big bucks. Like, they're rolling. They want it. They do not want you to know this. They want you to think you must pay it back or you're going to go into hock and they're going to take your home. We legally cannot take your home because of healthcare costs. Yeah, you'll be in a fuck ton of debt, but we can't, like, actually harm you in those ways, if that makes sense. And I try so hard to, like, impose this on people because so many people, like, won't go to the hospital because they're afraid of the bill. And I'm like, can you afford 50 cents a month? Like, scour parking lots, 50 cents a month. As long as you acknowledge the bill and you call the hospital and say, yes, I got it, I can't pay it, you can't go to, like, you won't get penalized. You know what I'm saying? Why are my alerts not sounding? This is weird. Anubis, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive.
And giving an anus its worth. Bitch. I love you.
Thank you. I've been sent to collections while paying on a bill. Ugh. That's evil. Can I ask who did it? Like, what? I don't want you to, like, out your personal information, but I'm just curious, like, what company did that? A fuck ton is a lot. Hi, Mag. How are you, love? Does it go in your chart? Like, could the quality of care potentially be worse? What do you mean? Which part? Like, if you can't pay? Absolutely not. Nope. We have no, like, in the hospital, like, the actual healthcare providers, like nurses, respiratory therapists, techs, x-ray techs, there's so many, there's hundreds, I can't list them all. We don't care and don't know. We have no idea unless you tell us. I'm there to make you healthy and get you the fuck out of that room so I don't have any more work. Like, you are work to me. Like, it's just, there is, like, no benefit or it's just extra work to look into that stuff. Why would I do it? It's also HIPAA. So I know we make fun of HIPAA because of that recent Karen who, like, said, you know, my HIPAA law or whatever thing. HIPAA's very real, but the only people that get in trouble with HIPAA are usually medical staff, and it's usually looking into parts of a chart that you have nothing to do with. Like, personal background information and shit like that. Like, usually what happens is if you're in the ICU, you'll eventually have a sit down with a doc and your nurse, and they'll do, like, a background on you and write notes into your chart, you know, like, your medical history, what other surgeries you've had, whatever you've had. They'll have that sit down, but that's between you, the nurse, and the doctor. And beyond that nurse and doctor, like, pretty much no one's ever going to look at that again unless like, you traveled somewhere and it's pertinent to the treatment we're giving you because you might have picked up a disease or something. That's the only reason, really, I would want any of that. It's just, none of it helps me make you better, so I don't care. You know what I mean? At the most base. I don't not care. But does that make sense? Like, it doesn't, it's kind of like when people, they're nervous to go to hospitals because they're transgender and they don't want to get, like bullied for it or something. Like, your genitals only matter to me if that's what's wrong with you or I have to catheterize you. Beyond that, I'll call you anything you want. I'm there to save your lungs and your heart. Like, your gender really doesn't affect those things other than maybe some hormone differences. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hipster, thank you for the resub. Thanks for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings. I don't know why my alerts aren't going off. My soundboard's totally on. Probably Streamlabs being weird, or Stream Elements, or whatever. What's your opinion on someone choking to death in a hospital? Is it high or low percentage of choking patients that can be saved, or is it just negligence? AKA liquid in lungs. So, I'm not just saying this because I was medical staff, but the only patients I've ever had that choked were because their family insisted on feeding them when I said don't. And it drives me fucking nuts. Because I cannot sit there and hold the patient's hand and watch their mouth to make sure you're not feeding them. But in some cultures, they believe that feeding is the way you heal people. But they don't understand that if you just had a trach removed, you can't swallow, and they will aspirate and die. It's so fucking mind-blowingly irritating. But no, anytime that you are going to be allowed to eat in the hospital, like if you're an inpatient and we're going to be feeding you food that's not through an IV or something, we do a swallow test. We have an ENT doc come with a nurse, and they do a series of literal swallow tests. They watch you swallow. They have this powder they add to water that literally makes it thick, like just water, but it's like paste. And they'll feed you that first. And they're like, you have to show me you can swallow this and get it all down. And then they'll do another and they add less of the powder and less of the powder until they get to just pure water. And once you can drink water without coughing, choking, or aspirating, then we're like, okay, we can trust you to eat. But it's a huge process to trust someone to eat because you do it alone in your room, you know, like you high rates of aspiration and shit. But I've had hundreds of patients who their families feed them when I'm not there, and then we do an X-ray and there's fucking meatloaf in their lungs, and I'm like, where the fuck did you get meatloaf? Oh my god, you have a new niece? Stop it. I have a brand new niece named Athena. That's such a good name. She gonna be a bitch. I mean that in a good way. You can always ask a question, Benji. Absolutely. Yes, there's so many debt forgiveness programs within hospitals. Absolutely. And the social care workers do care and they do want you to get them. It's like finding someone who's willing to give you the information because they don't benefit from your lack of knowledge. You know what I mean? That's so exciting. That's such a fucking good name. I love the name Athena. Are they muted? Hold on. Oh, yeah, there's something wrong with the app because I can't even replay them. When I replay them here, they're not replaying on stream. So something's wrong with Stream Elements is having a heart attack. Because, I mean, it's not even replaying a silent one. It's just replaying nothing. So that's cool. Awesome. I love it. Try smearing bananas on your body and tell me it doesn't heal you. How did you know about that? I thought I felt watched. Oh, I did. I commented on the spooters. Oh my god. So I have one. Is the little one the same species as the big one? Because I have the big one, but she's not big yet. She's like a juvenile, I guess. That's my treasure, my Poecilotheria metallica, my Goody sapphire, my peacock, my precious bean. They're like so the bright blue one, the big one. It's literally called a Poecilotheria metallica, and they are critically endangered due to habitat loss. They're from one little tiny forest in India, and they clear cut it for farms. So the vast majority of that species is literally in the care of individual humans in the US right now. It's really scary and sad because they're so fucking gorgeous. There's no sound. Cocky. Shall we cheers to it, though? Let's cheers to it anyways. I love you. I'm going to put a dab on because it's that kind of day. Oh, is it 10 minutes till 4:20? Thank you, guys. Thank you. See, there's no sound. Steel rays. Bitch. Welcome to the class hall. Thank you so much for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus swings. You're about wizard of the highest order, and I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. I apologize if my alerts are silenced for some reason. It's not me, though. I'm looking at it. It's definitely not me. Thank fuck. Sometimes it is. It's not me today. The secret banana technique is not to be mentioned. That was supposed to be my secret skincare routine, but apparently now the world's gonna know that I masticate bananas in my mouth, spit them into a tub, and let them rot for 4 days before rolling around in it profusely. That's how I glow. Cheers. No shit, Katie. We need that at Hopkins. Oh my god, Katie Cat, listen to this. Have you heard this story about all I'll see is the patient whose wife would not stop putting red oil on his hands so his hands rotted off? Did I ever tell you that story? It's one of the, like, to me, the saddest case of a family fighting healthcare in my career. Okay. I gotta answer this question from Benji. Hold up. Okay. So the other day I was at a store with a pharmacy in it, and on the overhead speaker, they paged someone by their first name and last name back to the pharmacy. Isn't that a HIPAA violation? It is not. And the only reason it is not is because they did not say any of the, if they said Can Katie Phrase please come to the pharmacy for her 5 milligrams of Lexapro for her bipolar disorder? That would be HIPAA. But, like, I can tell you guys medical stories all day long. I just can't tell you names, places, and identifiers. So it goes the other way too. You could say names, places, and identifiers, but you can't say anything about the care you gave them or what was wrong with them, you know? It's the mix of the two. That is where we get into danger zones. Only sinners masticate. Hail Satan. The green one's an Amazon Sapphire Pink Toe. I've never heard of that before. And it's an avicularia then. I have a couple of avicularias. I have an avicularia. I have 2 avicularias, which are just the Martinique pink toe tarantula. And then I have, I'm trying to think of what this one's fucking scientific name is. Hold up. It's a carabina. Something carabina. But it's part of the avicularia family, but they're vibrant, violently vibrant. They're so pretty. So descriptions or names, not both. Exactly. It's associating the person's personal information with what is wrong with them. It's the what's wrong with you that's the HIPAA stuff. And like this is another thing you want to impress on your friends and family. If you're a child, the moment we say that you are an adult is either the moment you turn 13 or when you get your first period. So if you have a little girl or there is a little girl in the hospital and you can say, have you had a period yet? And she says yes, she can keep every single bit of her personal information private from her parents and from everyone. And that's very important. I think autonomy over your body should be day one, that you are conscious of it. They can't make all the choices. Like, obviously, they're not mature enough to make all the choices about their healthcare, but now their personal information is private, and I'm not required by law to tell their parents anything. I'm actually required by law to not tell their parents anything, and I have to ask the parents to leave the room before any time I talk to the daughter. You do have autonomy in hospitals. It's just shit no one knows about because I feel like, and I'm guilty, I'm sure I was guilty of it when I worked in healthcare, but healthcare workers, it's so normal to us what we're doing that we have a very imposing nature that leads you to believe you can't say no or ask questions when we don't mean that at all. I don't think there's any healthcare worker that doesn't want you to ask questions. Like, we love when people want to be involved in their own care, but it's just, that's their job, you know? Crash, are you taking off? I love you. Don't forget to add the dried tiger penis. Stop it. You're just really outing me today. Next thing you're going to tell people that I've been shoving rhino horn up my ass for 7 years. Mandelbrot, thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving it swings. I'm so sorry. My alerts are silenced. It's Stream Elements is having a moment, I guess. So I can't hear them. So I got to watch for them. But I thank you for resubbing to my channel. You guys are very kind. I'm going to open up Stream Elements, see if anything's wrong with it. Stream Elements. Oh, thank you. My personal day is not terrible. I'm like living in a migraine just because of the dry cold. It's terrible here, but I'm like really fucked up over Ukraine and Russia, basically. So it's like, I can't say my day is bad, but I think the day is not great in general, you know? Silence duty. Ooh, I love that. What Mr. Fox says, with professional hairdressers in Sweden have a sort of HIPAA too. We call it Swedish words that Katie's not going to insult, which translates to silence duty. I like that. It's comforting. I think it makes the whole experience of going to the doctor in a hospital a lot more comforting if you know your advocacy for yourself. You know what I mean? Kunrun, thank you. I'm going to kill someone if they ask why my parrot's dislocated wing upsets me more than a kid with a boo-boo. Why would anyone ask you that? What kind of soulless cockfuck are you standing around? What happened to your burb? I can't, dude. Animals hurting kills me. By the way, I just have to say, what's his name? Is it Channing Tatum? No. Yes? No. Yes? No. One of those blonde, squinty-eyed, buff dudes that's in a ton of movies these days. He was just interviewed by one of the late night hosts, but they all look the same to me, so I have no idea which one it was. But he's in a new movie called Dog. Oh, I think it is Channing Tatum. It's literally just called Dog, but he's making it. He's like telling everyone, even the host, he's telling everyone he gets interviewed by the ending, because it's not just me that won't go see it if the dog dies. And I'm so happy because Zach makes fun of me. My family makes fun of me. I'm sorry. I refuse to watch any movie where a dog gets stomped on. Go fuck yourself. There's multitudes of ways you could piss me off in a movie that I could still enjoy the movie. Why you got to stomp on a puppy or kill a dog? I'm not going to watch it. If I knew it was going to happen, I'd be like, nah, peace out. I can go watch something I can enjoy and not want to kill myself. Can't do it. I'm ready for 420. It's almost 420, my dudes. I think it's 3 minutes. 1 minute. Oh my God, time flies. Oh, Amber, 100%. I mean, that's the America. That's us, right? Same. Every time I have a migraine or I'm like on the edge of like wanting to die, I'm like, do I want the bill though? Nope. I'd rather die. And then I just lay there. Wait, that's how the movie ends? No, the Channing Tatum movie, he straight up said, the dog does not die. It ends happy. He's telling everyone that because he's well aware that there is a large population of people that cry when animals die, and I don't want to see it. Fuck yourself. I lost my dog last year. I still cry about it every day. No, thank you. Happy 420 to those who imbibe. To those who don't, caffeinated cheers. Water. Hydrate before you die straight. And cheers. Yes, I do know about that website. I was just really proud of Channing Tatum for doing that. Because so many people, what is that Keanu movie? There's a couple of them now. It's like the man movie of the decade, I think. Like every dude I know is like, the fuck man, that's like the best movie ever. No offense, like enjoy your movies. John Wick can go fuck itself. I cannot physically enjoy any moment of the movie once a puppy gets stomped. Cheers to not stomping puppies. Oh, say, can you see? I just got really lucky that I look good in Baltimore colors. They're Halloween colors. Show me a state that has better color pattern than purple, orange, and black. You can't. I'm here for my O's. Oh my God. Stop it. Of course, a teacher would. My subs are not making a sound right now. I'm trying to look into it, kind of while we smoke pot, but I'll figure it out. Sarah, first off, thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy. I'm giving it Nina Swings for a really fucking long time and for being my friend for much longer. Second off, leave it to a teacher to put math in the subs response. Fun fact, 63 months is 7 sub babies. And 2, like, fully grown, adorable humans that you made with your pussy. Just want to throw that out there. Which is amazing. I have agua too. I had to go grab it, but water. It's importante. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner. If you've never been to an Orioles game, you have no idea what I'm doing, and that's totally fine. Just assume it's psychosis. It's totally cool. I've never seen Marley and Me. Like, once I knew what happened at the end, I was like, why would I choose to use my life hours on that when I own a dog that will inevitably die, and I'm going to have to deal with that? Like, for me, movies are entertainment. You know what I'm saying? And I am just not entertained by puppy stomping. Sue me. Bengals? Oh, I know. Oh, it's a Catholic says motherfucking family. You 3D printed humans with your uterus. Literally. Like, step A, get cream pied. Step B, wait 9 months. B.1. I I guess. 3D print baby, C, human being. Like, you guys know I don't want kids, but I love kids. I adore them. Sarah literally came to hang out in my chat during both of her labors because she was bored. So we all got to be present for the babies, and they are the chosen ones, and they will rule this world someday. I'm convinced of it. But it never gets old. Like, I've seen hundreds of babies be born. I used to work in a hospital where I had to go to all the C-sections. You never ever get used to, you're just like, you're there with 3 people, and then now there's 4 people. Show me something more magical. Give her smooches. I love that little girl. She's so cute. I love cream pie. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've ever had like the food of a cream. I don't. What is it? Is it literally just pie crust with cream in it? I don't think I've ever had one. I've seen them smushed in faces. Hello, Bolvi. How are you, love? We are Irish. This is true. The Irish. Well, that was my nana's excuse. She told me. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Stretch with me. My nana told me that the reason Catholics back in the day, because if I showed you my ancestry.com tree, before every generation before my 5 aunts, everyone had like 15 children. I mean, it was insane. And my nana told me that it was because back in the day, if you had 13 children, the 13th would get blessed by a cardinal. So like all the Catholic moms wanted to have 13 kids. Like that was their way of making Catholics, because there was 3 people and now there's 4 people in the room kind of thing. Thank you, Kelty. Why not just call it pie sale? Oh my god, did they really call them cream pies? Because that's beautiful. Hi, Fluffy. How you doing, honey bean? Trying to catch up. Sorry, I gotta scroll with my eyes. Homeward Bound is so sad, especially now that I owned a golden retriever who passed away. It's gonna be even worse if I ever watch it. Driving in the Rain? No. Reddit? No. I think the fact that birthing babies always runs the risk of death, fucking nuts, right? I mean, it would make sense if it always ran the risk of death, to be fair, because we are so overpopulated. Like, shouldn't there be a death for every, like, it shouldn't be the mom, but you know what I'm saying? It would make more sense. We're actually this year, was it last year? I think it might have been 2021. In the US, at least, our birth rate dropped below our death rate for the first time in like 50 years. Thank fuck. Maybe the Duggars learned a lesson. About the pooping nerve that can cause death. I would assume that too could be triggered while giving birth. It's actually the exact same muscles, Kino Ghoul. That's a really good question. So when you're in the hospital, if you're giving natural birth, i.e. we are making you push it out your pussy, you're literally bearing down in the exact same form you would to shit, which is why a large number of mothers literally take a giant dump that their baby falls into when they give birth. I'm going to be honest, though. Most baby mother nurses are so fucking fast, that shit is gone before any baby is seen. They're ready for it. But because when we give you an epidural, you're numb, right? From that point in your spine down, so you can't feel any of it. And so we tell you, pushing doesn't make you do anything because you can't feel any muscles. But if we say bear down like you're trying to take a shit, it's the same muscles we've talked about this. I think, what was it, like a week ago? No, because I took a week. I was sick for a week. This was probably like 2 weeks ago. I was telling you guys like how we shit. It's abdominal pressure. Like we squeeze our abs, and that causes the abdominal pressure to squeeze the peristalsis motion down our intestines and make us poop, right? But if you're numb, you can't do that because you don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? But the pooping it's part of your nervous system you don't have to think about, like breathing and your heart beating and stuff like that. So if we tell you, like, bear down like you're going to take a shit, it doesn't matter, but you're doing the same thing. It's very strange. Brains are crazy. Which part, Cake? Correct me if I'm wrong. Always, please. Porn has ruined the words cream pie for me forever. I can't ever read that without thinking of the gay stuff. Dude, cream pies are in all porn. As a consumer of all porn, that shit's in everything. I have never thought of a food when I heard the word cream pie in my life. First time I ever heard cream pie together, I think it was, a cummy pussy, for lack of a better word. Special, he actually got a puppy. He got a new little golden retriever named Baloo. He even made this little golden retriever its own Twitter account. And I'm assuming he's extremely busy with that and the new release for ESO. I'm assuming. But I saw he DJ'd the other night. I always see the alert the next fucking morning because that's how Twitter works, but he did. What's an oatmeal cream pie? I don't think I've ever had one. What is it? I've had a moon pie. I think a moon pie might be similar. It's like 2 soft cookies with like marshmallowy, creamy fluff in the middle. Like a fluffy waffle, kind of. No relation. The shit is gone. I mean, I've heard the like fart shitting that happens because women are trying to get a baby out. And I look, there's no smell, there's no shit. And I'm like, what happened? These baby mother nurses know their shit, no pun intended. Like, honestly, I don't say this lightly, and this is no hate on any other medical nurse in the world, but I think, like, baby nurses are some of the most hardcore humans I've ever met in my life. Ever. Rightfully so, though. Really. I could never do it. Like, you guys know my story. I won't go there. It's the poop cushion. It's so the head nipple doesn't get kinked. My PT's epidural didn't work on her last one. Dude, that's what happened to Bree. If you guys ever get a chance, if Scott's ever here, I'll make him tell you the story. But long story short, Bree got an epidural and they poked her belly and she was like, I feel that. And they're like, oh, it'll kick in, and started to cut her open. Screaming. Scott had to be taken out. Violent. Kids are fine. Bree is fine, obviously, but I can't fathom. Like, I've been there for so many. I can't even tell you an honest number. Never would they ever cut into someone if they said they could feel the poking. Because what we're doing is literally taking something that looks like a fish hook and fish hooking your belly skin. If you can feel that, we're not going to cut into you. The fuck? Viana! We hit 420. You would be so proud of us. It was amazing. Lil Debbie. Oh, well, here's the thing. My mom was kind of a victim of the 80s fat-free movement. So I was not exposed to like sweet, really real sugar until I was like, had a driver's license and could buy my own food. So none of that. Like, we never had chips in the house, crisps, whatever the fuck you want to call them. No sweet stuff. Like, we had fruit. I grew up on fruit. I ate a lot of fruit. Hi, Yoshi. How are you, love? I love the Song of Storms in Legend. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Midwives. So a midwife is different, at least in the US, and I think in the UK as well. Oh my god, I wish fucking Muggle was here. My girl Lizzie, she's one of my oldest, dearest, like, followers and friends from Twitch. Her mother's a midwife. She could explain it to you much better than me. But midwives, I believe, they can have their own practice. Does anybody know? I don't want to say it wrong. I don't believe they have, like, a degree. Like, I don't think they're not a doctor. They don't have a doctorate. But I cannot remember the exact stipulations, but I believe they're different. Like, legally different. My 20 cheers? You mean 420? We did. We actually hit 420 on time. You would be so proud. It was really good. It was really good. Whoa, my chat paused and just updated a whole lot. Holy shit. The head nipple of the baby is very fragile. I can imagine. I mean, the intubation tube's like that long versus this long for an adult. It's crazy. Sarah, how are you, love? People used to think fat made you fat. I mean, honestly, I don't think anybody ever thought that because there's never been proof to it. I think it's all marketing campaigns. That's just my opinion. Honestly, I think it's like when the American Meat Association's like, yo, no one's buying meat, then somebody pushes paleo and keto really hard into social media, like starts sponsoring it or something. And then when, the fucking fruit market's dying, they're like, no, you should be a fruitarian, a raw vegan, and they push that on social media. I think it's all money. Because there's, like, no proof that eliminating a food group out of an omnivore's diet is good for us. There's no proof. And skinny doesn't mean healthy. And fat does not mean unhealthy. I don't think I need to say that. Was Jenny Craig your aunt? Dude, No joke. My mom had me on Jenny Craig when I was 12, and I wasn't fat. It was all in her head. Crazy. Midwives. Ooh, Sarah. So Sarah says midwives. Sarah is a bro to the past, by the way. If people are like, who the fuck is Sarah? I have a lot of Sarahs in my life. I have my sister. I have bro to the past. I have VA Gamer Girl. There are so many. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful name. A bro to the past. Midwives and baby nurses are different roles. I used a midwife instead of a doctor when delivering, but there are other nurses in to help with me and the baby. So do they have a degree? There has to be some sort of degree, right? You can't just like say you're a midwife and pull babies out of people. I don't think. Seems dangerous. My mom was a victim of the 90s diet pill obsession. Oh, yes. Same. My mom, I think I had already moved out, but I know my mom put my sister on those green caffeine pill diets at one point. Dude, just walked in the door from work. Would have been home sooner, but my area is infested with snowmobilers who have no idea what the speed limits are and are in the fucking way. It could be worse. It could be lines of truckers who think that COVID's over and that mandates are stupid. Oh, they do, Mickey. I think they do everywhere. I wish I just don't know. Like, and they don't work in hospitals. Like a midwife, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're closer to like a nurse practitioner in that they can have their own practice, deliver babies, but if there's an emergency or any sort of danger, then it has to go to a hospital where there's more staff, more tools, more things. It's like going from a clinic to like a big hospital if you have something wrong with you. I think. But please correct me if I'm wrong. I only ever worked in hospitals. I think, honestly, midwives usually only have a couple nurses to help them. Because if a respiratory therapist is needed, that's an emergency. You'd go to a hospital. Your hospitals have midwives. Really? Do they have midwives and birth, like OBGYN, the OBs? Obstetrics? Obstetrics? That's a terrible word. Oh, yeah, special. My tribe forever and always. You can remove the girl from the neck, but you can't take the neck out of the girl. Right, it's always money, which is so gross. It was literally all marketing and fake research. The history behind why America was fat was bad because of some famous researchers saying fat is bad despite others disproving it. So kind of like the whole anti-vaxxer bullshit. Like one dude wrote a paper that was quickly disproven, but a famous person like said she read it. So now we have this huge population of people against medicine. Seems familiar. They have a master's level degree. I assumed because I really even if you're giving natural birth, it's still a surgical procedure because we're cutting an umbilical cord, we're removing the placenta. A lot of the time we have to sew up your beehole area. Like most, it's totally natural. Like babies are huge and our pussies are not that big. Like it happens. I told you guys my story the day before yesterday of the woman whose hips did not stretch open. They broke open and I heard it. Things happen. And I think that's when you would go to like the hospital, right? Really, Benji? Benji said some states don't require any licensing or formal training to be a midwife. That is horrifying. I have nothing wrong with a midwife, but I would make sure there was some formal training and education in that human being. That is, I watched a video. Oh my God, what was it? Was it on skincare? Anyways, this woman, she was not a dermatologist or what is it? No. It's not an anesthetician, an esthetician, which I believe is people trained to use like skin lasers and things like that under the care of under like the watching eye of a dermatologist. She was none of these things, so she would have her clients sign a contract stating that she just had a God gift for skin and like do microabrasion facials and laser shit to people's skin with no doctor, no training, no education behind her. Just the spiritual ability to heal. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Run away. Or run away. Run away. I see you, Katie Cat. I see you now. I see you. Is Twitch being weird? My alerts are silenced for some weird reason, so I assumed something strange was going on. My face, right? Ooh, I used midwives through my hospital. Oh, no shit. The main difference is that there was a team of midwives, and whoever was there when I went to deliver was the one to help, as opposed to a doctor who wasn't always at the hospital. Okay. With a midwife, I knew all of them and would know who would be there to deliver my baby. But with the one doc, I ran the risk of them not being able to deliver and having a stranger there. I totally understand that. 100%. And it's through a hospital, so I assume they have some sort of formal education and certification through them. I see like nothing wrong with midwifery. I think is literally what you call like the service, I guess. Here you'll often find a midwife, 2 nurses, and a doctor at the birth. Oh, nice. If uncomplicated, you might only have a midwife and a nurse or just a nurse. So that's kind of how in all the hospitals I've worked in, that's how an NP or a nurse practitioner is. So if the birth, like there's nothing wrong, really it looks like it's going to be a fast, easy, very healthy birth. A lot of the times you'll have a couple nurses and a nurse practitioner in the room. And a nurse practitioner is exactly as trained as a doctor. They just don't have the doctorate yet. I don't know how much education you have to go further, but they can have their own practice. I know nurse practitioners can. They can prescribe drugs. They can do everything a doctor can do. I really don't know where the limit ends because I know in my ICU, like the surgical ICU of Hopkins, on nights a lot of the time we would have no doctors. We'd have a couple NPs, and I preferred it honestly. They had so much more hands-on experience. A lot of docs go just school, residency, and they have no experience touching patients. And it can kind of drive you nuts when you're trying to get your patient better and they're like talking about absurd diseases like their house. And you're like, okay, I know you just got out of school and you want this to be the absurd disease you did your thesis on, but it's probably not. And we need to run A, B, C, and D before we can even think about that. Like the patient's shitting themselves, can we not? And NPs, they've usually worked many years as a nurse already, and so they're just like they're the brain of a doctor, but the business of a nurse. It's like the best hybrid I've ever worked with. But I've only ever seen that in big hospitals where you get to work with both. All with degrees because they all knew me and my care process. Like honestly, if someone was like, "All right, you can go with a doc, but 9 out of 10 he won't be there, and you're gonna get a stranger," or this team of well-trained humans, you'll meet every single one of them, and one of them will guaranteed be here when you want to have your baby. Who the fuck wouldn't pick the team? I completely sympathize and get that. I don't even have babies. Oh my God, big bottom. Seriously though, Eric, you're not wrong. Eric said, brings the new meaning to thick thighs save lives. Don't discount the big hip, big bottom girls. There's a reason the term birthing hips exists. So if you're born with the XX chromosomes and a uterus and shit, usually you'll have this little patch in the front of your pelvis where normally on like a penis wielder, it would be sealed with bone. We have a chunk of it that's really, it's cartilage. And when the hormones of childbirth are released in your body, i.e., your water breaks and you start to go into labor, those hormones cause that chunk to soften a lot. So it's like gooey, so that your hips can literally open up, let a baby slide out, and then they snap right back in place. It's magic. Bodies are black magic. Sometimes that doesn't happen, as I spoke about the other day. Most of the time, it absolutely happens, though. Midwife? Is it midwifery? Midwife sounds, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to disservice them because they're fantastic people. Midwife is the oldest existing medical education. Wow. I didn't know that. Before doctors feel too high and mighty. Honestly, I've only met like 3 docs in my life who were high and mighty, and they were all baby. What I called fetus docs. They were babies. They were residents, and that got broken real quick. Usually by another doc. But most docs, like, at least it's probably because I worked in ICUs and ERs mainly, but I can't fathom what it's like to be the doctor who calls time of death or like says, we're going to unplug this patient. Like, yes, I have to go do it. The doc doesn't do it physically, but they make those choices their whole life. They're just so exhausted. Like, every doc I've ever worked with is just like a half of a human. Midwifery? Midwifery. Maybe? I don't know. I think I've said it too much in my head, so now it just sounds fucking dumb. Oh, I love you, Helena, always and forever. To everything. Give family smooches and hugs. That's really, really cool. The oldest existing medical profession. I mean, that completely makes sense considering, birth. And it's necessary to, like, the species. That totally, I mean, that totally makes sense. Oh my God, your wife's gonna be a nurse in 2 months? Where does she want to work? Say ICU. Say ER. ER or ICU. Say it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I always try to encourage people to dive into the ICU or the ER when you get out of school. You will learn everything you need to know, and then if you don't like it, you can go to the floors. But if you get hired into the floors, it's really, really hard to make it into an ICU or an ER because you're not going to have the skills needed, and you get kind of complacent because it's a little easier. Sometimes you have needier patients. I feel like, and speak up, nurses in chat, if I'm totally off base. As an RT, what I saw was on the floors, nurses were slaves. They were literally servants to the patients. Like, for anything. Like if their family wants sodas, the nurse has to go find them sodas, shit like that. If their family wants to stay, the nurse has to go find 7 cots. But they're not in dire need of medication or anything anymore. They're just there to heal. Whereas in the ICU, it's business time. It's business, I just do it. ER or ICU. Don't let her die on the floors. Oh, she's trauma care. Oh, she's getting her doctorate. Oh, no shit. Oh, she's going to be a nurse practitioner. What does she want to do? Like, with that, does she want to stay where she is? Is she just doing it for, like, they make so much more money? Thank fuck. Request to not work on the COVID-19 wings. Where are those? Lily was in here the other day, and Lily said that their hospital finally had no ICU beds of COVID patients, but that's the first I've heard. Unfortunately, the people getting COVID now, the unvaccinated, they get so sick, you're in the hospital for a really long fucking time. Nurses do way too much work here, but the fam can't order them to do shit. A midwife is a health professional who cares for mothers and newborns around childbirth, a specialization known as midwifery. Is it midwifery or midwifery? Midwifery is easier to say, but it sounds bad. Oh, wait, here, Sarah said, I also looked out and had the same midwife deliver both babies. Shut the fuck up. She had been the single best medical professional. That is so fucking cool. That got me chills up my back. You got lucky. That's so cool. It's midwifery. That is birth. I mean, honestly, where else in your life will there be 3 people in the room and then suddenly 4? It's kind of amazing. Or 5 or 6, depending. Whiff, it is. Not wife. So it is whiffery. It sounds like a Swiffer. Mid-Swiffery. Midwives are cool. I've seen them. I've met them. I've worked, like, in the vicinity as them. I've just never got to actually, like, work with them because midwives, as far as I know, do not do C-sections. It's always a surgeon or 3. And that's the only reason you need an RT really is a C-section, or if you get a blue baby in a normal birth, but that's like an emergency you get called to, you're not hanging around for it. This is a dark conversation. I apologize. Ooh, Stream Elements literally just loaded. Let me see if I can get our alerts to make sounds. Nope. And they are not muted. Interesting. Something's wrong. Oh well. I just want to make sure it wasn't me. It's not. Nurses do, I mean, that's like one of my absolute biggest gripes. All the medical nonsense aside from medical shows like ER or otherwise, Grey's Anatomy, is they make it look like the doctors do fucking everything. They're like admitting patients, doing patient interviews, pushing patients through halls to CT or something. And like, I'm not saying doctors do nothing, but they do none of that ever. They don't have the fucking time to do that busy work. Are you kidding me? Like, there's a reason you only get 15 minutes when you go to the doctor's office with your doctor. It's because they're seeing 20 people that day. I mean, it's insane what they have to do. They are and the amount of like notes they have to write. And it's like not even just they write their notes and then they have to go in an office and sit there and retype all their notes if they don't have a transcriber, and a lot of hospitals can't afford transcribers. It's insane. And it's just like, it's insulting to the myriads of medical professionals in a hospital. Like, there are so many titles that are not doctor. And there are so many titles within the title of doctor that are just completely like plastics or, ENT and shit like that. They just whitewash it and they make it look like everyone wants to fuck in a hospital. I don't need to tell you what's on hospital floors, right? If I were me, I would not want my delicate mucous membranes exposed to those anything there ever. Ever, ever, ever. Right, Shesh? It's crazy. Medicine is magic. Well, medicine isn't magic. Human bodies, I think, are magic. Human bodies are magic. Yes, 100%. Like, if you take care of your body reasonably well, you know, like hydrate and eat well, it can heal some pretty ridiculous bullshit going on inside of you. If you, like, I don't want you to do this, but if you ever get the chance to see someone die, the moment their heart stops, you can see it in their flesh and tone and everything that their body is starting to decompose. That's what rigor mortis is. Before their heart even stops, they start to like harden up. That alone goes to show how much work this is doing to keep you alive all the time. It's wild. It's beyond me. It's way beyond my brain ever. That's for real smart people. I ain't that cool. But it fascinates me. I mean, it's just crazy. I've told you guys the story of I had this one patient, this was in the ER, and I was kind of a baby RT at the time. This was a long time ago. And he kind of looked like Richard Greer. What's his name? Richard Gere. He had white hair but looked very young. Like you could tell he wasn't very old, but he had silver white fucking hair. And he was sitting up in a bed in the ER, and he looked at me, and in no exaggeration, he went from normal skin to paper white. Like I watched it like a meter go down out of his face, and he looked at me and he was like, I don't feel very well. And I look at the monitor, which the monitors don't go meh when someone's heart stops, by the way, ever. I don't know where the fuck that came from. He had no heartbeat, and he was still sitting up and looking at me and talking. And I was like, no shit, you don't feel great. And we laid him down and had to code him. It was wild. Like it's so fast. Crazy. See, and I could never do the animal stuff because seeing animals like in pain or suffer, I fucking break down. I'm unfunctioning. Like I just start to cry. Like it's so bad. I wanted my whole childhood. Every time I went to a neighbor's house or my grandparents' house, I would go in the back room of my grandparents' house. You know, I think everybody's grandparents did this. Like they had separate TV rooms. And I would go to my grandpa's TV room in the back room and put on Animal Planet and just watch these veterinary shows for like 8 hours straight. I was obsessed until I found out you had to put down animals, and then I was like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. That was like my life plan forever. I was obsessed with veterinary shows. Right, Vissy? Which is why I went into medical care, because sadly, people don't make me feel that bad. Most of the shit they're in there for is all self-inflicted. And they're in a lot of denial about it, unfortunately. Meerkat Manor. I love Meerkat Manor so much, Steel. I just shed a tear when you said that. Insta tear. Oh my god. What a good show. They had good, I mean, I don't have cable. I haven't had cable ever, really, in my life, but I don't know what they put on it anymore. But I know all those shows kind of went away. Like Steve Irwin passed away, and then a lot of the animal shows just kind of dropped off, and it was weird. They just kind of went away. It became, you know what it did? Instead of vet shows, it became those like the SPCA. What's the acronym for them? It's like animal safety people. It became like cops, but for animals, which I don't fucking want to watch. I don't want to see some dog starve to death in someone's yard and then some dude brandish a gun over it. Where's the happy ending, bitch? RSPCA. RESPCT. Tell me what I missed. I'm sorry. She's charge shift for day shift. Wow, I can't read. Charge nurse for day shift. Oh, at the Trauma Airlift Center? Dude, someone in chat last week was saying they were trying to decide whether or not they wanted to do EMT ground or EMT airlift. And I was like, do the fucking airlift. Do it. You make bank. And you have downtime when you're in the air without the patient. It's great. Of trauma? What is that? So, I'm not a nurse. RTs are not nurses. We do the same education up until a certain point, and then nurses go more into pharmacology, and RTs become belly button up people. We're all about your circulation system and a lot of math bullshit. But charge nurses, like every time I would go on, there'd be a different person would be charge nurse, even if the previous night's charge nurse was there. And as far as I knew, they were just there to like assign patients to room and nurses to patients. Would she be like the boss, like the overarching boss of the department, kind of like what my mom does for RT? Oh, really, Chesh? Yeah. We have midwives here who have served 4 gens of the same fam. That's so cool. Well, I'm like 4th gen RT, believe it or not. I think I've told you that before. They're pretty revered in they have worked that long. The longest serving one here got to 55 years. I wonder how many babies did she deliver? Like, that'd be cool. Like, how many human beings are walking today whose the first skin they touched was hers? That's pretty cool. She was the GOAT. Also, they were literally called Earth Mothers. That's such a cool name. Harkening back to before medical science was a thing, dude, if they're the Earth Mothers, I would literally be walking death. Which I'm not cool with, but Earth Mother is really cool. Oh, they received 4 generations of the same family. That's really fucking cool. I'm a 4th generation RT in that my great grandmother was a inhalation therapist at a nunnery. Like, she was a nun after her husband died, became a nun and became an inhalation therapist in the war, World War. It was my great grandma, so that'd be 1, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought you meant, but that's way cooler. That's really cool. Did I ever? This is kind of a weird story that's kind of similar, not generations of shit, but I got to meet the doctor who delivered me super strangely as a respiratory therapist. I was like doing little moonlighting at a PFT clinic, pulmonary function clinic, just for some extra cash because, like I said, we get paid shit and we need more money. All we do is work. And I was doing a PFT on this dude. And, usually a lot of the PFT appointment is me typing, and I'm really good at multitasking. So I'll usually make small talk, like just ask them about their lives, like stuff like that. Get to know the patient, make them comfortable with me before we do the actual tests. And so I was getting to know him, and like, long story short, he said, "Oh yeah, I worked at Evergreen, which was my first hospital, for years, since, the 70s." And I was like, "Oh really? Where'd you work?" "In OB, which is obstetrics, baby births." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And I don't remember, this was a while ago. I don't remember how the conversation we got there, but I ended up figuring out that literally my mom, who also worked at that hospital, that was her OB, and he delivered me, the first man to touch my fleshes. He had a really bad pulmonary disease, though. I don't think he's alive anymore. It was terrible. But it was a really fucking weird way to meet my first doctor, I guess. The doctor that delivered my father also delivered me. That is so cool. Man, that's cool. Have you ever worked in a psych ward? Absolutely. I've also put myself in a psych ward before. Been on both sides of it. They're pretty intimidating. When I worked at Hopkins, they have their own tower, the psychology tower, and I believe it's 8 or 9 floors tall. And in order to get there, you had to go down to the floor 1, walk across the hospital, past the children's hospital part of the hospital, and then take a fucking escalator or elevator up 9 floors. And I think it was floors 9 through 5, they were all a different group of psychosis. So 1 floor was all schizophrenics. 1 floor was eating disorders of all sorts, so on and so forth. And when you work night shift, one of the main things you have to do in the hospital is set up people's CPAPs. Because if your CPAP is old, doesn't work, isn't perfect, we make you use ours just to protect our own ass. We can't have yours turning off in the middle of the night and you being like, "Oh, it does that at home," but you die and then the bill's on us. That's what the hospital thinks. For me, it's like, "Oh my God, my patient died. What the fuck?" So we usually put them on you, and patients have no idea how to use them. So for the first 6 hours of our shift, we're just hiking halls, putting CPAPs on people. I see it, but I don't hear it. I hate this. Chesh, thank you for the resub. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it aces wings. I appreciate you. Go forth and continue the consensuality, motherfucker. I forgot what I was saying. Damn it. Fuck. It's not you, it's me. God, I hate my brain. Oh my god, she's 93 and received more than 4,000 babies? Oh, that's so cool. I accept your cookies, but will you translate for me? No. Oh my god, I'd let her birth my babies. I don't even want babies. CPAPs, yes, thank you. So we have to hike halls of the hospital and put CPAPs on people in all units. So like, I think there's in a hospital like Hopkins, this is huge. It's the biggest hospital I think I've ever worked in. We had like 16 respiratory therapists on for a shift, 16 to 20, depending on how many patients we had. And I think there were like over 3,000 beds. And so those 16 respiratory therapists, usually there's 1 to 2 per department. Like cardiac would get 2 therapists because if 2 people have a heart attack, you need 2 therapists, things like that. Commonsensical things. But there's units like the psych ward and the children's ward and places like that where we don't stay all night because they don't normally need us. The nurses are like, do everything because they're fucking badasses. Not that the other ones aren't. They just have so much more to do because people are like shitting themselves, but also like their pelvis is falling out their butt. You know what I'm saying? And so we would have to hike like miles to get to these patients. But I remember the psych ward specifically because I believe it was the schizophrenia unit. The room, none of the patient rooms were a square or a normal shape. They all had to be like a triangle or a diamond shape or something like that because there's something about 4 square walls does something to you mentally. I have no idea. I have a minor in psychology. It is in no way specializing in schizophrenia. But you'd have like your little the CPAP is like this big, and then it has a hose coming off it with the mask. But they're usually stuck on a stick, so it's like hip height, so you can put it next to someone's bed and they can look at it. You know, silence it, do whatever they do. I don't know. And so we're walking through the hall with this stick, you know, on wheels. And you have to go into these rooms, and because they're psychology patients, you have to treat them just more delicately. I'm always delicate with my patients. Like, one thing you really battle with, especially in an ICU, is the fact that your patient is ass naked with like a tissue paper thing put over them, but you still have to somehow help them keep their autonomy and keep their pride of their body. Even though I might flip them over and grab their beehole at any moment because they're bleeding out of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a dance. Like, I want you to still feel human, even though I'm not going to treat you like you're human. I'm going to treat you like I need to get you better. And with psychology patients, you have to be very, very delicate. And you would go into these rooms, and I remember they were super small, like a triangle room. Like, literally, it had just enough room for a twin bed, like tucked in a corner. And I would come in, so I can't turn the lights on. I can't just announce my presence. Like, normally in an ICU, I come in, knock on the side of the door. Hey, my name's Katie. I'm your RT, but I don't want to go on my little spiel. Can't do that in these rooms because they're very highly sensitive people. And so you would roll into a dark room and just have to look for the patient. And sometimes they'd be like crouched in a dark corner, just smiling to themselves in the pitch black. And sometimes they're under their bed eating cotton pads or something. And it's like, I know I'm fine. I'm 6 feet tall and not delicate. However, the likelihood of them jumping out and doing weird things is so high, and they do it all the time. Like, for instance, when you go into into the psych wards, the elevator's different. You exit the elevator into a cage, and then a nurse on the other side has to allow you in and out of the department because these people will try to escape because they're not in their right mind. Like, they're so, you know, I lost my mind. You know, I've told you, it's like I'm standing back here and just watching the mess happen. They are so fucking back there that they have no control over this. It's not them anymore. So we're trying to protect them from themselves, essentially. So you have to guard the elevators. You have to guard everything on your person. You can't walk in with any pens or anything. But for me, I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of afraid of the dark. Definitely afraid of deep, dark water. And having to search for your, 70-year-old patient under their bed while they're eating cotton buds is, it's an experience, that you don't really get past. But when my parents like lose it and get really old, I'm gonna be fucking old hat. Crash, I'd grab your beehole if something was wrong. Like, if it if any of you's beehole started to suddenly bleed in front of me, I'd be like, consensually, I'm going to stop this now, and I'd flip you over and grab your beehole. I wouldn't let you die. Why would you do that? Ooh, CPAP question. How do I know when I can stop using my CPAP after shrinking in size more than 30%? So you actually need to go get another sleep study done because even though you may have shrunk 30%, 40%, whatever, because you were morbidly obese or obese of any kind, when you have a sleep apnea test, we can't really say if it's a natural anatomy that's causing the sleep apnea or the pressure of that extra weight on your chest and your neck. So once you lose all that weight, you want to have another sleep test done to make sure it's not an anatomy thing, like your epiglottis is floppy when you're sleeping or you swallow your tongue or something weird like that. Something that we can now see better and more efficiently because all that weight's gone. You know what I mean? Sexy. The alerts are muted because Stream Elements is being a turd, but I see you, B. Thank you for the resub.
Wow. Consensual. Why? That's what happens when you hit hard tune. You can't hear me. There it is. So, if you're on Satan and you accidentally hit hard tune, it does that. It's very alarming. Hail Satan.
Oh, translation. It's all in the hand, brain, and the heart. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's beautiful. That's a huge thing we work on in healthcare to this day. Like, is don't treat monitors or numbers or lab tests. Treat your patient. A lot of new grads come out and, the patient's satting 70. Oh my God, looking at the monitor. And then your patient's sitting there, like, holding their finger sat in their hand, flipping it around in the air, looking at you. But she'll hit the code blue button just because the monitor says she. I had an instance where it was actually a female with me. I'm not generalizing. They go and hit the code blue button without ever looking at the fucking patient in the bed, whom that monitor is looming over. Treat your patient. And stretch. Looks at overly large breasticles. Maybe that would be another benefit of removal. The large breasticles? Dude, I'll take them. I want to be able to take them off, though, because I golf, and my boobs already get in the way. I love stretching. It feels so fucking good. The scene where Sarah Connor escapes in Terminator's not possible. Never. I've never seen a hospital with windows that open. Are you kidding me? What did I just watch recently? And it was like a mental hospital had windows that would open. And I was like, not in your wildest fucking dreams. Never. Not in a million years. Like, you may be able to, like, crack one, but they've always got those huge stoppers in them and shit. No. Impossible. Like something. I don't remember the lyrics of that song. Impossible. Kelty, mine's been weird for the past like hour. I can't hear any alerts, but mine's fine. My stuff. Like, there's no connection issue, but like when I try to replay the alerts, there's nothing. I'm assuming it's Stream Elements. Oh well. See, I'm a lefty, and I don't have big boobs, but I like when I go golfing. It's the only time I think about my boobs, really. I wear, like, the tightest sports bra I own. Like, it's essentially binding me because I get really pissed if it fucks up my swing. Really pissed. That's my left hand, if you're wondering. Oh, you had a phone call. Okay, good. I was worried. Spiffy, what's up, honeybean? How are you? See, I feel like when you have big boobs, you just learn how to swing different because I've known some women golfers with enormous titties who are pro status. Like, but they swing different than me. Like, they kind of lean forward. I think they have a lot more lean or a lot more like reach or something. I don't know what it is. It's literally been like 2 years since I've golfed because of COVID. Love it. Hate it and love it. Is it this one?
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
I think it is. Honestly, I think it's a pendulum technique. I was trying to think of that. Like, for me, because I don't have big boobs and they don't hang off me, like, I have no, like, boob fold. They're just on me. I have to basically, like, do this shit and just compress them if I don't do anything about them. But I think when you have those big old titties, I think they get their arms, like, under them. You know what I mean? Like, they're big enough that they can, like, I think that's what they do. I think. It's been so long. It's been too long. But I think it's like an elbow tuck under, as opposed to, like, I don't have anything to fucking tuck under, so I'm just, like, maiming myself. The tickle bitties, they're real. That's what seems comfortable. That's what would seem comfortable to me, honestly. Like, if I could, maybe I can, like, tape them up to my shoulders. Oh, Alan. I have to be gentle because this is my shoulder I always get a stiff neck on this side. And when my neck is stiff, like, I can't turn left, and this muscle that goes down my back between my shoulder blade and my spine is just like a lightning strike. And I know it's because all my sports are on my left side. Tiggle bitties. Is there a mispronunciation of tiggle bitties? I usually pronounce them let mama suck. But some people get offended. I mean, Viata, that's a much cheaper way to live. Although golf isn't really an expensive sport, to be honest. Like, once you get I got my my set of clubs for $100 because it was a used lefty set, and nobody fucking wants a used lefty set, but they were originally like $1,700, something stupid like that. I got dumb lucky. I found them at, I think was it a Top Golf? I think I was at a, no, I think I was at a Dick's Sporting Goods, and they have a wall of used clubs, and I always look. Always. You never know. There's nothing wrong with them. People just want new shit. And it was like a like, I think it was marked down a little because they didn't clean them. They were all muddy. I took them home and scrubbed them clean, and they're like, fucking really nice set. Like, every club, all a full fucking set. I got very lucky. And my back nine's on fire. Go fuck yourself. I never knew anyone that stuffed a bra. Are we cheersing? Shall we cheers? Is it 420? We're 10 minutes to 420, but I'll do a baby cheers with you. I gotta pack a new bowl anyways. We actually hit East Coast 420, which is, like, unheard of. Fiata, no shit. Ooh, is it a cool one? One of the few cases where lefties are blessed. You can get so much lightly used sport gear for cheap. And I'm all about it. Like, I firmly don't believe you need brand new shit. I'm not a pro at anything. I'm not a pro golfer. It's like, I just like to walk around in nature for 6 hours. That's really it. And drive a little cart that I can be a little reckless with around people. That's it. And I mean, you can't, unless you are, I did golf with a guy who worked at Zoss, who would quite literally throw his clubs. Like, if he fucked up on the green, he would toss them. Unless you don't do that, like, consistently, it's pretty hard to fuck up clubs. Usually, it's just rich old white guys who want a new set. Get rid of them. You should guys check out used clubs if you ever have a chance. Oh, you're going to go see Dropkick Murphys? Oh my God, you're going to have such a good time. I saw them one time in college, and it was incredible. Hey, Viata, size doesn't matter. Did I tell you that mine froze to my windowsill the other day? That was a fun time. I think they're Irish. Are they actually Irish, or are they like an American man who poses? Because there's the Pogues. Pogues are actually Irish, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. They're white. We're all just white at the end of the day, right? With a different talk funny. From Boston, Irish band. Thank you. See? Logistics is new. Logistics. How many susses can I put in your name? Let's count. Sus. 1. Sus. 2. Boston is a cool city, but goddamn, is that a white place? What was I watching? Oh, goddamn, this new show. I started watching it's the newest season of American Horror Story. It's called Double Feature because it's literally like 2 seasons in one, which I really like because some of the seasons I feel like they just stretch far beyond their ending. But the season that we're watching is so fucking weird. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, everything I think about, I'm like, what did I just watch? Oh, it's this fucked up show. Like, the part where the dude's like, I'ma fuck you till you rosebud. What in the fuck? Tell me your good news. We need good news in the world. I have a super old set of clubs. They do all right. I mean, what do they update on clubs other than the grips? Maybe like the I think it's just the grips. You could probably get new grips and they'd feel really new. It's called, the season's literally called Double Feature. I think it's season 10. And the first half of it is like a cute little vampire story. It's pretty entertaining. I enjoyed it. But there's one point where a guy gets kidnapped, and I was like, this was last week when I was painkiller drugged up like on the bed. So I was in and out of sleep, but I woke up for this precious moment where this kind of like, heroin pretty girl, and by heroin pretty I mean not looks like she's using heroin, like Fiona Apple, like that thin, sickly, but that's just the way they look. They're beautiful that way. Anyways, girl was like, this here's Chuck, and he's gonna fuck your ass till it rosebuds. And then Chuck's in the background. He's like, that's when your butt comes out on the outside. And then I passed out again. Sorry. American Horror Story is a scary place. Is that FX? Is it still FX that produces it or puts it out or whatever? Oh, hi, Bubba. What'd you like? He's so delicate. He's my baby. This is my void trick. This is my void. His tail's going wild. Oh, you can't see it. It's on this side. He's so excited. He's my sweet boy. The first half was good. The second half, I haven't finished the second half. I think I'm finishing it tonight, but what the fuck? I don't want to spoil it for people, but it's aliens. Like, aliens. Wait. Aliens. It's, I thought it was gonna, like, granted, I have not seen the last episode, but I really thought it was gonna cross over with Asylum, and it did not. That's why you give your lover roses on Valentine's Day? Because of rose budding? No, I can't do that. Posture check. I actually am sitting up straight, believe it or not. I think maybe the dog. Maybe I wasn't before the dog. Oh, my disability finally settled out in 2 to 3 weeks. Oh my God, I'll have income for the first time in 12 years. Are you getting your back pay too? I will cross all of my dicks for you to get your back pay. That happened to Eliza. It took her like 2 years to get assistance for being blind. And she got her back pay, thank fuck. I don't want my butthole on the outside of me. Oh, really? No talking today. I'm gonna move it back, okay, bud? Trick, I mean... Big. I think he weighs about 76 pounds now. But he's a fucking tank. I can't pick him up. He's so fucking solid. I don't know if you can see, like... He's very big. But Lil, she's only like 58 pounds, but they're the same height, same length, everything. But Lil is so, like, lanky. She's, like, built like a greyhound, kind of skinny. Thanks, bud. They are standard, yep. They're the big ones. Yeah. And we met their parents. Their dad was, like, 80-something pounds. He was huge. Really tall, too. Taller than these guys. And the mom was, like, 70-something pounds. But yeah, they're the same, like, size. But this guy is just, like, a fucking barrel of big. Like, he's a man. I don't know if that's normal in poodles, but he is just so solid. He's got, like, a fucking core. Whereas Lil, she's like a noodle. You know? She's, like, floppy, and she's got all this skin everywhere. They're both very sweet. Lil's just really pushy about it. She's kind of a douche. Oh, Crash. Yep. Dude, yeah. Prepare the tub or whatever. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, and it's crazy. We open feed them, and which means you just like have food out all the time and they just graze. And they barely, like, they like kibble. Like, they'll walk over to their bowls, get a couple pieces of kibble, and then walk away with it. And they're just like off battling or sleeping or something. But I mean, I honestly think it's a combination of him being male, even though we fixed him, and the amount of like exercise they get between me walking them and taking them on hikes and how much they like run and battle each other. He's just muscle. Like, he's like a unit of muscle. He's so strong, but gentle. Like the most gentlest giant. He is like, you guys saw him crawl up on my lap versus Bill. Doesn't give a fuck. But she has the sharp elbows. They're anything but standard. They're dynamite. I agree. I don't think they're standard at all. I think I got really lucky. Like, I've owned a lot of dogs in my life, a lot of different breeds, and there's no negative to a poodle. I can't find it. Not that there's a negative to any dog ever in the entire world, but like Millie shed constantly. Like, every day was just a new pug of hair coming off of her. Same with Link, my golden retriever. Like, there were dust, like tumbleweeds, but they were the tumbleweaves of his hair going through the air. Those kinds of things drove me fucking nuts. But it's like, they're so smart and cute and nice. Is it 4:20? Okay, guys. Mom's got to smoke, okay? I might be late, okay? The babies, though. Cheers for me. Called a king poodle? Oh, I like that. How are they about getting their nails cut? So they're really good about it, but that's because I learned the hard way with Millie. Rest in peace, Moosey. I knew nothing because I grew up on like a farm with farm dogs whose nails just wear down naturally from outsideness. And when I got Millie, I didn't play with her feet when she was a puppy at all. And then suddenly she was like, a year old, and I needed to cut her toenails, and she would scream. All you need to do is Google screaming pug. That's exactly what she would do. It was horrible. It was like listening to a pig get slaughtered. So when I got these dogs, I probably over fondled their feet, like, constantly. I would just sit there with their toes, pull on their toes, play with their feet, all that shit. So now they let me do whatever I want. Like, they're so limp noodle about their feet and all parts of their body. But I did it very consciously because of Millie. Like, the screaming was just... Oh, there's so many of them special. Like, I've seen hundreds of pugs screaming, and I'm like, okay, at least Millie's not the only one that does this thing. Oh, they're super duper shedders. Most terriers are, I believe. And shedding isn't a be all end all for me, honestly. It's just the amount. Like, I think golden retrievers, pugs, and huskies are known for being high shedding dogs. Like, they're native to more cold climates, so they renew their hair a lot more or something weird. I don't know. I don't know dog science, but I used to make jokes about how when I died and had an autopsy, they'd cut me open and it would just be like, and it would just be 10 pounds of pug hair would burst out of my core. Like, I don't know how she had any hair on her body. She didn't have a bald spot. So much. I still find pug hair and shit. It's almost been 8 months. The blood vessels, oh my god. And that's the problem. Pugs, oh, those black nails are so bad. All right, Brandon. So did I. I played with the pups to make sure they didn't hate on it later on. It's so smart. I did the same with Trick. I think I've told you this, Fissy, but when Trick was itty bitty, I saw him growl over his food bowl one time, like do a "Hurr." And literally from that moment on, if I saw him go for his food bowl, I'd fucking stick my hand in the food and just play with it. He had to eat his food over my hand because I will not have an aggressive dog. And those are behaviors that if you catch them early on, like, you can totally get them to not do that. Look at these guys. Look how sweet they are now. I don't give a fuck. Look at them. It's smart and it's really easy. Like, I looked at it, like, I did the same with grooming them, like using that comb to comb out their curls and shit. I saw it as that's our cuddle time at nighttime. I didn't like do it on the kitchen floor like a chore, like fast ripping through their hair. I would sit on the couch at nighttime and put like music on or a movie on my computer, and just, that was like our cuddle time at nighttime. So now they love being brushed and having their feet played with. That's what I hear, Mickey, honestly. Like, I've heard the same. I remember the first time my mom babysat Millie for me. Granted, many years ago. She was like, if you can take care of this dog, you can have children. Kids aren't this bad. And I was like, how dare you? I don't know. I think kids would be harder. They talk and stuff. But I think like in that, you catch bad behaviors when they're young, and I would never hit my dogs. I don't believe in that. And I think it's been like proven by vets and scientists across the globe that physical abuse doesn't teach anything except fear. But not misdirected, but redirected, redirect chewing, redirect behaviors. Like when Lil destroyed the corner, that corner? I think it's that corner of the couch. I put fucking cayenne pepper all over it. She has not chewed on a thing since. I'm not making that up. She has not chewed on one thing she should not chew on since that. Because she tried to chew on cayenne pepper. It doesn't hurt her, but it definitely deterred the behavior. Yep, I do the same, Vissy. I hold their snoot, and that's something I also did when they were puppies. Like, I would play with their face, so they don't pull away from me when I hold their snoot. They just sit there and look at me. Like, no resistance at all. They're totally cool with me touching their face. They just grabbed our nose like this. They don't care. And I like that, though. Like, it sucks to have a dog, especially, like, if you have to go to the vet. I'm sure all of you have experienced having to take an animal to the vet who's not used to being handled or, manhandled. And that is nightmarish and embarrassing because you're like, my dog does not do this in any other environment ever, but maybe I should have, Same with these guys. Actually, they like, Lil will beg for her ears to be cleaned. She likes when I like pull the hair, like, because they're poodles, they don't shed. They have hair like humans. Vissy knows this, but in case anyone doesn't know, it's like human hair, so you have to get them groomed every like 6 to 8 weeks, and you have to pull the hair that's like just naturally falls out of their ears. And this bitch loves it. She like leans hard into my hand and will just start to like moan, like, oh, it's fucking, They love each other. They're so cute. Do we need to take a break? Is that what this is asking for? I love it. Exactly, Brandon. Yeah. Except it's like all that hair that's like under the floppy ear, When it just falls out like natural, it falls into their ear cavity and they have no way of getting it out. So just like usually once a day, just because I've used to it. I've been doing it for so long now, but once every couple of days, I just reach in their ear and delicately pull on the hairs and all the loose ones come out, and that's all you gotta do. It's not gross. It's not like caked in earwax or anything weird like that. But can you imagine having a cotton ball stuck inside your ear without fingers to get it out? I can't. Yeah, it's like getting, when you scratch a dog right above their tail on their ass, they can't reach it, so they're just like, oh. Yeah. Me too, Vissy. Honestly, I think it's raising them together. Like, we know as humans, because we think about it, that our family is who we choose, but I think animals, like, instinctually grow that way. It's perfectly normal to moan when you clean your ears. I've never been, like, an earwaxy person. However, I have emitted some questionable sounds when someone rubs my shoulders. I keep all the stress right here. And, like, someone will just, like, lay their hands on my shoulders, and I'll be like, oh, push it. Doing. Doing. You can kind of see how fucking big they are. Big bitch. Huh. What would I do without them, though? He has no power out in a cornfield? Holy fuck. I have to read this out loud. Praise Emperor just said, just so y'all know, Spider-Man's power is skyscrapers. He has no power out in a cornfield. And this is why we have Superman, because Spider-Man in a cornfield would have been a very short film. Oh, that's great. Dude, squeaky right. And it doesn't take much. It's like just someone poking your trap muscle, and you're just like, It's like how you paralyze a cat by pinching the back of their neck. Yeah. It's this stressy shit all the time. I took Missy to the vet the other day to get her nails trimmed. I warned the vet tech that she might, oh, my eyes just went blurry, that she might want to use a soft muzzle in case Missy were to snap. And that's something that has come up within the last few years. Oh, in her old age. I bet she has sore joints and stuff. Millie got snippy in her last age that way. Same stuff. And it was because it wasn't just fear. It was like her joints hurt, because she was old. I know. Squeaky, did I ever oh my god, I have a picture that I took when I was in Thailand. I think it was when I was in Phuket. We were walking just the streets of Phuket, like looking at the bars and shit, but every telephone pole you walked by would have like 6-foot diameter by 4-foot tall bundle chaotic mess of telephone wires at the base of the pole while there were like active telephone wires. And they all hummed very loudly. Like when you would, and there was nothing blocking you. Like you could grab them if you wanted. I did not. But when you were near them, they would be like, hmm. And I have photos of it. I gotta find them. They're somewhere. But that, I feel like, is my shoulders. Really, Sarah? That was Millie. Like, I would have to hold her against my chest, and then she would just do, like, that horrific pug squeal that, like, while someone else clipped the nails. It was terrible. Crazy. That was I always try to catch all of them. Just, I have good intentions. That's fucking great, though. That's, like, and you know me and spiders. My tension's in the neck and oh, my bad. I already read that. Not to, like, read out your shit again. My bad. Can she fit totally in your lap? Lilith tries, but like for as big as my hips are, she really doesn't fit too well. She falls off. It's pretty bad. No praise. I haven't had time yet. Being sick for a week, I've been like majorly watering animals and shit. My plan is tonight or tomorrow to go through my messages. I got a lot. But when I literally couldn't look at screens, like when I had the fucking migraine that was making me puke, my eyes were so sensitive. I just had to like sit in the dark with a movie on and not look at it, basically. It was very bad. But no, all my like, I don't have like high maintenance animals, but usually I water them like once a week. And for 7 days, I didn't even come out here. I think I came out here like twice. So I've been kind of in overhaul, which is, did I tell you? Oh my God, praise, you might not have been around. This was the day before yesterday. I was telling people, so 7 days, like just fucking, I got my period and a migraine. That pain combination made me just puke constantly. So I was just sick. And when I was finally like starting to feel functioning again, I came out here and one of my tarantulas had laid an enormous sack of eggs that she's now taking care of. And I did not breed her, but I did purchase her as an adult. So that's my new exciting news in my life. Yay. This is what happens when I don't come into my living room for a week, I guess. Yeah. So I timed it. I can't remember the exact date, but it's early March. I'm going to pull the sack and see if it's real. But I'm going to let her take care of it until then because I don't want to. But I love bunnies so much. And you know this. I miss having bunnies. That's the only downside to having a hunt. There it is. There's the downside to owning poodles. You can't have a rabbit. They'll kill it. I'm going to be a grandma times 500. No, I'll sell them. Like, I'll let them birth and shit, but in no way am I going to be separately vialing 500 baby tarantulas to sell on the internet. Because I'm not keeping them. No fucking way. If there's tarantulas in there, I'll keep one, or I'll keep like 5, just because, the failure to thrive rate of insects and arachnids is pretty high. which is why they give birth to like 500 babies. Half of them don't really make it. So I'll probably keep like 5 or 6. Probably 3 will make it just to keep my own spiders, but I ain't fucking keeping 500 fucking spiders. They can live for 30 years, my dudes. Nah. Give the rabbit a dog costume. Honestly, like if I got like one of those giant rabbits, I think a rabbit could hold its own. I've had rabbits my whole life. I love them so much. It's like been my animal until I was an adult, and really I just worked too much and was away from home too much to give a rabbit the attention it needs. Because the way I was raised is we like free roamed rabbits. Rabbits are really intelligent. I know this is gonna sound crazy if you've never had a rabbit, but they potty train themselves. Like, if you are a cruel person that puts a rabbit in a box and leaves it in it forever, they will only shit and piss in one corner of that box for the rest of their lives. They do this on purpose. So if you, like, set up a cage, they start pissing and shitting in a corner of the cage, open the cage, they will always return to the corner of that cage to piss or shit, just habitually. So we free roamed them, and when I was an adult, I just couldn't. But they, like, I had a lion head rabbit, which is, like, a miniature rabbit, like this big, and then they have a mane. They're fucking adorable. And it would, like, stomp its foot so fucking loud that my neighbors would check on me to make sure I hadn't fallen over. A rabbit like this big at my pug, at Millie. If Millie got too close, never. Like, she was terrified of this rabbit because he could do this. I can't fathom what a bigger rabbit sound they can make. This is a thing all rabbits do. They can thump their foot really hard to, like, a warning or something. It's kind of violent. Oh my god, stop it, Fluffy. Holy shit. Do I have space? Fuck no. Well, no. I don't have the will for it. I don't have the space for it. I'm like topped out. Like, until there's some crazy cool species that I have my eye on and its price goes down, there's really nothing else I need. Like species that interest me that I want to take care of. I have like one of every continent or whatever, you know? I've got one of all the cool, different, weird things, I guess. I don't know what you would say, varieties. Fossorial, terrestrial, arboreal, so on and so forth. Oh, is it really loud? See, and I'd love to hear that because I only had one rabbit. I only had one rabbit while having dogs, and that was just Millie, my pug. And like they both free roamed, but Millie every once in a while would just lay down on the carpet near the rabbit because the rabbits do this adorable thing where they just pick a corner of your house, flip their legs out sideways, and they like own it now. Like, they don't care if you come anywhere near them. Like, they will just stare at you. And she would try to lay next to the rabbit, and the rabbit would just slam the floor so loud. Like, I thought someone was falling over when I heard it out of this little bunny. It was fucking adorable. Yeah, rabbits are hardcore, and they also go through, like, a teenage period. So if you have an older rabbit, when they're, like, I think it's when they're about 2 years old, between the ages of 2 and 5, they just turn into a maniac. They'll start biting and kicking you and thumping on you. They don't want to be held anymore. They have like teenage years. And I think rabbits can live like 50 years or something. Some rabbit species can live really old. Like they're a food animal in nature and shit, but they're kind of badass. I had an albino bunny when I was young, really, really young, actually. It was a nice rabbit, but they're kind of blind. It was sad. Rod is killing tortoises in Elden Ring. Can you yell at him? Yeah. Do you want me to, like, hurt him, or, like, yell at him? Not that I would ever do choice A. I just, you know, it's out there. I don't like animal murder. Fluffy, yes. As long as your penis and genitals aren't in the picture, yes. Not that I'm assuming they are, you know. Just saying. Land tortoises are the fucking coolest shit ever. Why would anyone want to kill a turtle? Fluffy, you got it before I did. You're faster than me. Hold on, I got you, boo. It was my chat's just slow the past couple days. I got you. Try again. Did it work? Yay! Oh my god. This is the foot kick out I was literally just reminiscing on. My heart dies. I miss my rabbits. They're really cool pets. And they potty train themselves. Like, what other animal fucking I think ferrets do, don't they? I've been led to believe that. I think ferrets use like a little potty corner, but I know rabbits do. And it's amazing. I know, Viada's a mom. She's got the mom words. I can think of something, though, you know. Is it a lop? Oh, word of warning. Lop-ear rabbits tend to get ear infections. Oh, I had a lop when I was a kid, but I was in 4-H with my lop rabbit, and we were just taught to clean their ears as part of 4-H, so I always did it. But that's really sad. I bet my dogs would get that, though, honestly, if I didn't clean their ears, because they have floppy ears, too. Ferrets pee in the sink after they wash the dishes. Wait, what? Is that like an old man saying? Am I supposed to gain a lesson from this? Ferrets pee in the sink after they wash the dishes. What, Grandpa? Think about it. Grandpa dies, haunts you forever. Ferrets can learn litter box. Mine use one, but also like rabbits where they can pick a spot. Yeah, that's what I lived with a girl. Actually, my roommate was my friend Chase, but his girlfriend lived with us for a while, and she brought in like 3 ferrets, but just kept them in a cage all the time. And she wouldn't clean it. And I was like, bitch, they only shit in one corner. Like, how much easier could they make it for you? I think I need to take my dogs out because this one's headbutting my boob over here. Hello, ma'am. It's the miracle of life. Go potty. Oh, fetch him. All right, let's take a break because I need to pee. And I think they need to pee. Ferrets. Oh my gosh, Chesh. I would love to hear all the shit because I lived with a girl who I'm pretty sure like bored like us everything except openly abusing these ferrets. Like hitting them. It was sick. It was so bad. So bad. I ended up cleaning it. I'm very OCD. But anyways, let's take a quick break. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break. This is usually the time where I like to say, yeah, we gotta run ads. It fucking sucks. Sucks. Nobody likes ads. Get an ad blocker. If you can't get an ad blocker, think of it this way. I think on Twitch, as far as I can see and manage to find on the internet, we push the least amount of ads compared to the content of like any media form ever, including like YouTube and movies and the theater and shit. It's like 3 minutes every 2 hours of consistent Twitch watching. Like, that's really good. Really good. You might get 20 ads, but it's only 3 minutes. I swear to fuck. I'm just trying to keep it alive so Bezos doesn't hack us and slit our throats and drink our semens from our prostates. You know what I'm saying? He might be a prostate vampire. I don't know. All right. Break. Lilith needs to pee. I'll be right back. Stretch your legs. Stretch your bodies. Stand up and take a jaunt around the office or a house if you can, just to get your circulation going, because it's really, really healthy for you. Seriously. The number one way us gamers die is fucking blood clots in our legs from sitting too much and then getting up and walking around and throwing that blood clot and death. It's a terrible time. Don't do it. Your cat will eat you before anyone finds you. Drink water. And wash your hands. I'll be right back. I had to feed my dogs. Right after I say they eat nothing, I look over and they have like barely any kibble. I was like, oh man. They're so weird. Bissy, tell me if your dogs do this, or anyone that has dogs, 2 dogs. Mine, they have 2 bowls that are like, they're like in a raised tray, like for tall dogs, you know? And I just fill both of them up with dog food. And they always finish one over the other first. Always. Like, they will not eat out of both. Like, one eats a little bit out of the same one, the other one, and then they'll move to the other bowl. But they have to empty one first. It's very strange. My dogs have a little bit of an OCD thing, I think. Thank you. How are you, Crash? Oh, 1 food and 1 water? Damn it. was just wondering if my dogs like have some. They take turns. So do mine. They definitely take turns eating. It's adorable, and they won't eat if I'm not in the room. Like, they stay with you no matter what room you're in. But if I'm out here, like the food bowl is like 12 feet from me, so they'll eat. But if I'm standing in the kitchen doing something and I walk to the back of the house, they will stop eating and follow me.
419 tipped $5. CK, last night I was with Roddy dressed up as a platypus furry and covered me in Irish guacamole before he played his vuvuzela into my ass, giving me the earth-shattering prostate orgasm I've wanted ever since he told me Terminator is a slasher movie. You woo.
God fucking damn it. How? I have to open. Zoe sent me a gift and I have to open it. I want to open it. I saved it. I actually got it like a week and a half ago, but I was sick and I was like, I'm not going to fucking taint this package with a sickness ever. I'm so excited. There's a new Red Hot Chili Pepper song? No. I'm going to write that down to look it up. No, I have not. I've been listening to old shit lately, like Nine Inch Nails and stuff. Old Nine Inch Nails. Red Hot Chili Pepper. I'm just gonna do that. That'll get it. Is it good? Oh, you did? Oh, thank you. I'm assuming it's good then. You wouldn't link a shit song for me, right? Ooh, I'm so excited. Eliza, you're in good time. Zoe sent me a gift and I want to open it. I saved it because I didn't want to open it while I was sick. Sorry. A package. I know, I'm excited. Zoe said I didn't have to open it on stream, but I figured I remembered it now. Like, why not? Let's go. I don't think it has any personal information. I'm going to hide it just in case because I don't want anyone, touching Zoe. Yes, Zoe said I'm allowed. Yes. Yes. I'm allowed to. But I did have the option of covering my body in Crisco first. Oh my god, if it had lewds in it, I'd be so excited. I couldn't show stream, though. That'd be a sad day. Allowed by Zoe or Twitch? Well, you know what? It's a good question. I don't feel Zoe would try to hurt me, but not in a bad way. Maybe in a fun way. Like a punishment. I'm down with erotica. Let's go. Rod couldn't open his? I saw his. What? Wait. I'm gonna have to go look. Wait, no, I do know. Yep, I remember. Just kidding. All I could think of was the face. That's all I'm gonna say. You guys have to go look at it. A punishment, yeah. You've never heard the word punishment? Oh, I did not coin that. That's an old one, but definitely take it. A punishment, yeah, it's like a fun punish. It's like when you're being a brat and your SO like spanks you on the ass. It's like a punishment, you know? Not like a get your channel destroyed gift, but maybe a funny like haha gift. You know what I'm saying? Really? Oh my god, punishment, dude. I can't think of the first time where I heard that the first time, to be honest. I'm trying. I can't. I really don't know. It's not mine though, I swear. Definitely I've heard it other places. I'm just trying to hide all the labels because God knows what they put on here and I don't need either of us being stalked. Been there, done that. Magic the Gathering. Ooh, Eliza's deep. Eliza, I showed you the background on my PC, didn't I? It's one of the magic cards. Like, I can't remember her name, though. She's something the Riser or something. She's like a zombie mistress. It's a king term. Yeah, I'm thinking I might have learned it on, like, my FetLife back when I was very young and shouldn't have been on my FetLife. Maybe. I'll show you, Mickey. It's this one. That chick. She's something, I think the Razor. I cannot remember for the life of me, but I found it on ArtStation. This is actually by the artist. It's gorgeous, though. I thought it was really, really cool looking. I like her just happy, like, look at me and all my friends. I have an am I the asshole situation. Can I post it? Is it like super long? Because my bot will block it if it's like paragraphs, but yeah, tell us. Are you an asshole? Let's play. Let's play is Crash an asshole. I'm always down to be honest. I won't be an asshole about it. We're all assholes sometimes, so none of us have room to judge. Oh my god, you wrapped things? Zoe, stop it. I'm very excited and nervous and excited. All right, all the named shit is out of here. Oh my god, Squeaky. I wasn't sheltered at all, but I didn't really have anyone to ask questions. So it was like my mom would put on The Miracle of Life and leave me alone in the living room with it. And I'd just be like, oh. I just take this? Okay. And I'd watch it like 500 times, you know? Because, wow, Harry Pussy was scary. Greg, how are you, love? I know, I'm very excited. So, Zoe, is there an order I should open them in, or does it matter? I'm gonna open the card. Seriously, yeah. And so similar. No, we have Gizmo Daddy right here forever and always. There's no cheating if you have the spirit with you. Hello. Everyone at the same time. Sprout new arms. Okay. With a whole internet full of weirdos and perverts, we managed to find each other. I think about that a lot, to be honest. It's so real. Should I read this all out, or is this just for me? Oh wait. Can I read it? It's really sweet, but I won't if it's just between us. Okay, I will. CK, as I sit here and watch your stream as I write this, I can't express how happy I am to have found your community. Same though. You've given me a place to be safe, be myself, and hang out with a ton of cool people. I'm not gonna cry, you are. I love you so much. Thanks for everything you do. All my love to you, the mods in the community. Ooh woo, Zoe. P.S. Ooh woo. I love you. Ooh woo. I mean, come on though. I think about this just with our community in general. Watch that lighting. But for real, like with a whole internet full of weirdos and perverts, we managed to find each other. It's a blessing. I know. Well, I have 3 packages. Is there an order or does it matter? I don't know if I saw an answer. I was not missed shit. Oh, okay. We have to see if Crash is an asshole. So while I wait to see if there's no order. Okay, there's no order. Okay. So I'm going to read this before I don't want to lose it in chat. But I said we're going to help Crash. We're playing is Crash an asshole. But we're going to be nice about it because we're nice people. Everybody's an asshole sometimes. It's just inevitable. So my friend whom I've known for 20 plus years married my friend whom I've known for 10 plus years. Damn. I don't know if I've known anyone that long. I basically hooked them up. Well, ever since they got married, he refers to her as my wife this or my wife that and will not mention her by name anymore. I've politely asked him over and over to stop doing it because it sounds very, very possessive and rude to my friendship that I had with her prior. Like he's insistent on it? That reminds me of a movie where there's like a chick, I think it's Bridesmaids, where the girl's like, my husband, we just got married. My husband, you don't have a husband. You don't have a husband. I'm sorry. You don't have a husband. That's what that reminds me of. It does sound like, especially if he's like super insistent on it, it sounds like this is just personal. I mean, maybe she's into it. To me, it sounds like I've been stripped of my humanity and my name because we got married. Now I'm just wife. Like, I don't know. Once in a while, it's cutesy, like whatever. Especially if you're just brand new married, like cute, whatever. But that's kind of. It just seems such a strange hill to die on, you know. But yeah, I would agree. I would say no, you are not being the asshole at all. No. I'd say that's perfectly reasonable request and very it's just weird behavior. I don't know. Is he trying to like shove on you that they're married and you're not or something? Is this like a look how great our life is kind of shade being thrown? That, exactly what I was getting. Like a flex, like a my wife. Like you don't have this kind of thing. I was kind of getting that too a little bit. But that is insulting to, like, why? Why do you want to make anyone feel less than? Like, ever? What? Unless it's Trump and, certain people who need to stomp on Legos, Like, Borat. We're married. Much success. La la la. My wife. La la. Yeah. That's what it sounds like. It sounds, I would ask her, honestly. Have you asked her? Like, your husband won't call you by your name anymore. I asked. Does he know it? One of the large reasons I asked for a fucking divorce was because I was his wife. Ooh, this is Squeaky Snake story. We were together and got a job at the same place, and they thought he was doing my work for me somehow. Completely disrespectful and disregarded my skill and work ethic. I was fucking pissed. The fuck? That is so weird. I've worked with so many married doctors. I guess hospitals are just unique. Like, I've never seen that. That's so fucking weird. Imagine if he forgot her real name, though. I'm wondering. Like, they've been married 2 years. Like, when's the last time he heard it or saw it on paper? Does he not remember? Have you quizzed him? Like, no, for real, what's her name? I'm curious. I don't know. I don't know this dude. He could be like kind of... Do you say my wife in the bedroom? Dude, for real. Like, when he, like, summons her in the home, is it, wife, more? It could be a kink thing, too, and that's why I'd say ask her. Like, I've known people that, they got some kink shit, like master stuff, which is cool. But I've never known anyone insistent. Like, the insistence is the part that's very strange. Okay, what's in the box? Let's open. Sorry. So this one is... It's gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Fresh from Puss Puss. Forever. Forever and ever and ever. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That is too much. My face. Kino said, when we were talking about, like, what does he call her in the bedroom? My wife. Kino says, oh, my wife. I am going to come, my wife. Yes, my wife. Now add the yup meme in there. My wife. Yup. Yup. Oh, my wife. Yup. I hope it's happening right now. I really do. I'm sorry that this has become a thing now, Crash. I can't with that. Nah, dude, you can always ask. That's what friends are for, right? Bouncing shit off so you know your brain's not acting like a fuck. I totally get that. No, I don't think you're being an asshole at all. It's odd behavior. I'd ask her, and then I'd come back to twitch.tv/ClassyKatie and give ClassyKatie an update, because ClassyKatie's hella curious. The fuck's going on with that? Yeah, you should refer to her as my friend. Instead of name, You know how some people, like, they'll keep referring to, like, a group of people that they've talked about multiple times as, oh, my friend Trevor and my friend, instead of just, Trevor and Betsy and whatever their names are, just my friend. Oh, my friend that you live with? We're having lunch on Friday. And he'll be like, you mean my wife? And you can be like, you mean my friend? And you just stick with it. The less you say, it's more intimidating. Right, like in a cutesy way, or like when my stepdad's kind of being a jerk, like my mom's pissed at him, he'll call her wife. He'll be like, wife, da da da. But it's jokingly. I've never heard him say that in public, ever. It's Georgie. It's, yeah. I like you mean my friend. That's a good one. I'm a psycho who saves wrapping paper, so I'm gonna stop trying to do that. I'm sorry, I'm just weird that way. I'm passive aggressive and petty though. I mean, I am once it's been triggered. Like, I'm not initially petty, but if I was like, I'm well aware of who your wife is, and she's been my friend for longer than you knew her pussy had a mole on it, and he still was insistent, then I'd get petty. Because in my opinion, I think he's being petty. I think he's being something. It's weird. It's a weird hill to die on. It's weird, It's, yeah. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I have to read it again. So so the tag says, hello, my name is Fresh from Puss Puss. And it is a beefy can. Vegetarian refried beans. I fucking love refried beans. I'm gonna eat this shit out of these, just FYI. But there's also a really cool D20 in here. This is so pretty. I love you, Zoe. Stop. My face hurts. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Is this actually made of baked beans? Stop it. Oh, where did you find this masterpiece? That's amazing. Stop. You found it on Etsy? Oh, of course. I love Etsy so much. You can literally, you can find anything on there. This is incredible. I just have to say that my sister, who unfortunately took her own life a few years ago, her nickname was Bean. So I might just keep these forever in honor of Bean, my sister. But this, I have to use. This is, it might be the coolest D20 I've ever seen. Stop it. I hope the camera picks up. It's beans. Like, it's beans. It's beans. That's fucking fantastic, Zoe. Thank you. You're just... Never take for granted people in your life who can make you truly belly laugh to your core, to where you're gasping for breath. Never. This is where I'm going to keep my diaphragm. I like that it can breathe. 100% crash all the time. That was like college for me. It was refried beans out of a fucking can. I'm actually really partial to black beans out of a can at this point because I was sick of the refried, but I haven't had refried beans in so long. I'm actually really excited to eat those. Oh, I don't have good rolls, but we can hope. I'm opening I should read it. Sorry. I can't even fucking read it. It says, for those just listening, Jeff Bezos, sweaty, lightly used. Oh, I jail dice. I've thrown dice away. I have literally thrown dice away. I've actually only used my nice sandalwood dice a couple times because I'm terrified of them. I don't want to have to throw them away. Yes. Dice jail is real. Squeaky asks, this is a question for the chat. Do you believe in jailing your dice? 100%. There are bad dice. I have a feeling that this might be the best dice. I don't know how you can lose with beans. I have good feelings. I've burned a dice before. I mean, it became a joke. I think it was literally during Nocturne. Like, my rolls in Roll20 were just, I mean, if you watch Nocturne, you know, they were so bad that I got like a shitty D20 and rolled them myself, and I burned it. It was, I just got bad rolls. That game was all rolls, my dudes. All rolls. Ooh, squeaky. Why not? I had a game a while back, and my D20 was rolling bad. DM joked about jail dice. We took a break, and I saged the fuck out of it. Next roll, crit shit. Shut the fuck up. I have sage smudge sticks. Don't fuck with me, Ray. I will do this. Witchcraft is serious. The dice bag of holding from Critical Role. It's a box. It's actually my dice jail. It's very interesting. Let me open. Oh my god, what the fuck? Zoe. It's so real, though. How are you so clever? What happened to you? Who hurt you? Okay. I just have to show you. The effect is better. I have to show you. So the sticker, the tag, excuse me, says, "Hello, my name is Jeff Bezos. Sweaty / slightly used." Oh, that was so uneventful. It's a shit ton of money stuck together. What the fuck did you do? It is literally Jeff Bezos, sweaty and slightly used, though. I mean, I had no idea what that description could be. And it's this. Like, what else could it have been? Is it really? Stop it. Stop it. Zoe, I don't deserve this. Stop it. Oh my god. Hold on, you guys. You deserve better. Hold up. Hold up. I'll figure it out. I know how to use a thong. Stop it. It's all the forgotten Prime subs, my dudes. I am not going to use $1 on this. This is going on a wall forever. This is. Zoe, I don't deserve you. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. I'm gonna cry and laugh at the same time. It's too good. I really don't deserve you. This is so fucking clever and beautiful. It's actually a thong, my dudes. There's the thong in there. It's real. I probably flopped it around, or the mail flopped it around. I could wear this. I'm not going to, but I could. I can't. My face hurts. Guys, every time you forget to use your Prime sub, it's like tucking a $5 bill into the sweaty G-string of Jeff Bezos. And he makes so much money. I'm gonna get a stand. Like a display stand for panties or something. We're gonna, right there. Oh my god. Slightly used. I mean, honestly, like, you're so nauseatingly clever. The tag said Jeff Bezos, sweaty and slightly used. What else could it have been? Nothing is the answer. Nothing. I'm sorry, it's too good. Thank you for the proof. Imagine trying to wear that, though. The paper cuts. This would be your involuntary bottom surgery. Wait, surprise bottom surgery? Because not involuntary. This would be the surprise bottom surgery. I'm going, Sarah, that's what I want to do. I want to get like a stand so we can have the sweaty G-string right there. It's so good. Zoe, you're too much of a treasure. I seriously don't deserve you. My community does, though, so Satan bless. This is too much. She gave it a Jacob's ladder. It's so I can't breathe. That's too good. Oh, quick question. Sorry. I know you love all your spooters, but do you have a favorite? Oh, I do. Don't tell the rest, but it's my velvet spiders. I love them. They're so cute. But don't tell anybody. I have black widows, and they could be vengeful. Little Greg has been buried for 8 months. Until he shows his furry little ass, he can suck a dick. Seriously, he's been buried 8 months. Little bastard. Meanwhile, Meg is just like, look at my booty. Hey-o. Meg doesn't give a fuck. It's normal, don't worry. It's normal tarantula behavior. It's just annoying because I don't see him. He literally did it right after I built him a brand new enclosure that's super pretty and special. He buried himself. I was like, fuck you back. I know, I'm going to have to show Zeke. This is too good. So you're an artist. I'm trying so hard not to ruin it. I don't know if you wanted me to like actually physically use this money, but I would love to keep it on a display. It's so good. It's so beautiful. It feels a shame to destroy such an art piece. It's even salty still. Come on. We're winning. And you know he's still okay? Absolutely. So, all my enclosures are clear. So I actually can see him. Just he's not out. When they burrow, they tend to burrow along the edges of the enclosure. So it's like an ant farm, kind of. Like a giant fucking ant farm. You can see his tunnels and stuff. So you know he's totally fine. They're native to Brazil, which is why I named it Greg after Gregarious Pfister. And this time of year, I guess, is normal for them to just burrow and like protect themselves from the weather. Whatever the weather is right now, it's normal. I have a lot of tarantulas that bury themselves all winter long. It's really boring, but normal. It's right. That's what I'm saying. Like I almost want to somehow get it on my body and take pictures for Jeff Bezos. But he doesn't deserve this jelly, to be honest. Gotta put it somewhere safe. I hang it on my monitor. So I might have to put it out of my eyesight. I can't look at it and not fucking laugh. It's so good. It's like, you know, chilling. It's beautiful. You're a beautiful soul. All of you are beautiful souls. If you can hang out here, you're fucking beautiful. If you can put up with my shit. And those are facts. I am out of breath. I just knocked something over. What was it? What did I knock over? Just kidding. I found it. Yeah, it's so... I want to get, like... I wonder if I can get, like a mannequin ass. You know? Not one to fuck. I know those exist. But just, like, the ass on a stick to, like, display it. What do you Google for that? Ass on a stick? I don't know. It's too beautiful. I don't deserve you. I don't deserve that. That is... I'm not even that. It's so beautiful. A booty bust. That's basically what it is, right? Like a bust of an ass. Do not Google ass on a stick. We're so bad. Horrible or wonderful. I can't breathe. My face hurts. Oh, Zoe, you're too beautiful. I don't deserve this. You grace us every day with your poetry. This is too much. So... It's going to be good to have it behind me because I cannot look at it and be a mature adult right now. But for real, use your Prime subs. And that doesn't mean you have to use them here. Like, use them somewhere, though. Just think of all the hundreds of thousands of $5 bills that are just, like, not being used. Just saying. It's a lot. Oh my god, he'd tear his asshole open. His ass is... I mean, he's not like a fat ass, but that is too small. Oh, underwear mannequin. I bet that's a good one. Because I mean, I've already seen girls fuck themselves with sticks and shit. I've been on Reddit since I was like 17. A long time. I've already seen it, you know, I don't need to see it again. I've seen girls squeeze volleyballs out of their beeholes. Like, I don't need to see it again. I'm good. Seen it. My little weed seeds. Sarah, I hope not. I hope I never get described as a mature adult. Ever. Because how boring. Like, there's a time and a place. Like, at a funeral, I will be a mature adult. Maybe, depending on who died. You know, places and things require that. But I want to laugh when I want to laugh. I never want to have to stifle a laugh. How boring. And I feel like maturity is all about just sucking it up and not laughing at shit that's pretty hilarious in life. Chesh, that's what I'm saying. Me neither. Like, I'd like a stand-up, like the worst stand-up show ever at my funeral. I want people to laugh and go away, like, crying, laughing, like, having an amazing time and remembering funny things. Like, I don't want sad shit. I know, I don't want to treat the wounds. A taint paper cut? That's all I'm going to say. Hydrate before you die straight, motherfuckers. I have one more gift to open. Should we... What time is it? It's almost 4:20, isn't it? Did we miss it? How did we miss my 4:20 by 5 minutes? I've been waiting. Every time, though. We made Central and East Coast. Fuck it all. Cheers, everybody. I believe we have one more Zoe gift to open. I'm nervous and excited. It just says, hello, my name is Rod. Is it like Terminator or something? Where's my lighter? Oh, no. Oh, I found it. It's in my pocket. Thank you, Kelty. I think maturity is like a misnomer. I think it's just a word that like older generations use to demean younger generations. I don't think it really means anything. I'd rather someone just be real. I'm the same. Be real. I don't like sugar covered shit. Like, read the room, but be real, you know? Ooh, what color scheme? Okay, so velvet spiders, the female velvet spiders, the ones I own currently, because I did have two males, but unfortunately, male spiders die really fast. They literally look like a ladybug, which is why they're called ladybird spiders or velvet spiders. They're so cool. So if you Google like a ladybird spider, the males literally look like a ladybug. They're so pretty. So it's red, black, and white. And there's different species under the ladybird velvet spider umbrella, and they all kind of have a different pattern of that. But the females in general tend to be either pure black, or some of the females have a burnt orange ring around their abdomen. It's really cool. It looks like a halo. It's like a halo of burnt orange that fades into the black, and they look like velvet, which is why they're called velvet spiders. They're so cool. They were believed to be extinct up until like the 70s, I believe, and then a man in Greece found one in a field, contacted the government somehow. Long story short, the government like sanctuaried this chunk of land, and this guy with a couple of volunteers like brought him back. And since then, they found him, in the UK, and I think they found some in Northern Europe and other places. Like there's different varieties of them, but I think it was habitat loss, of course. And the females are actually pretty big. It's pretty crazy. When I got them as slings, which is just slang for a baby spider. But I mean, I honestly smaller than this, smaller than a pinhead. They were smaller than that. And two of them, the female, they're like this big now. I mean, and they're just a unit of a spider. They're totally harmless, very reclusive. But they make the coolest webs. Um, they make like web tunnels, kind of. But their webbing looks like pink cotton candy. It's wild. It's like fluffy and messy looking. And if you watch them spin their web, as opposed to just like pulling out a strand of webbing out of their spinnerets and laying it down nicely, they do this thing where their back two legs move like a sewing machine, and it's pulling the webbing out of their spinnerets and back combing it at the same time. So then it comes out like cotton candy as opposed to like a nice strand. Because they do the strands, like they have little straight webs all over the cage where they climb. But where they live, it's like pink and it's like backcombed cotton candy. It's so cool. All spiders are different. They're really neat. Let's cheers. Sorry. It's really cool. It's so amazing how varied they can be. Like they're similar genetically speaking in terms of how their bodies work, but in the way they adapt to their environment is just wild to me. Cheers. Yes, they're red, black, and white, literally just like a ladybug. They're really cool. I was so sad when my male died. Cheers, everybody. But happily and thankfully, 3 of them ended up female. So I still have them. And they live, I believe, up to like 7 to 10 years. The females, compared to a male living a year. Really? Oh, Mickey, I would kill to see that some year. I would literally go there just to see that. That I would probably cry. Like, they're just so cool. So cool. I know, the velvet, seriously, Sauce, like, actually, there's a new species of Erisis. Erisis is the first word of the Latin name. And then the second word usually dictates the scientist who found it or whatever. It's the genus, yeah. And there's a new one, though. Hold on, I want to pull it up. That's why I'm stuttering. I'm thinking and trying to talk at the same time. God damn it. I can't remember the guy's name now. There's a new Eris species named after an actor, and it's really cool looking. It literally looks like the Joker, kind of. They're really unique, but the ladies are usually always very dark and not very pretty. The first word's the genus, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I am not a taxonomist, not a biologist, chemist. Anubis! Hello, lover. How was shopping? Oh, still working my way through digitizing Dad's VHS collection. In the space at the ends of the tapes, there are documentaries that aren't on the labels? What? Oh my god, that's so cool. Animated logos from channels which don't exist anymore. Inventive adverts for stuff. Oh, dude, you're gonna have such a cool library. I'm kind of jelly, man. Now use the word jelly freely. I need chaps. I need lip balm. Yeah, genus and then species. Okay, thank you. I used to fuck those up back in school too, that and family. So Homo sapiens, Homo, genus, sapiens, species, human. Oh, cool. That's a nice way to remember it. Sapiens, the thinking one, yeah. Oh my god, Anubis, you better share a link, dude. I'd kill to see that stuff. That'd be so much fun. Dude, for real, Squeaky, right? Like, I mean, imagine Fat Bastard and, like, Fiona Apple fucking. Let's switch the gender roles. Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. Tarantulas are the same way. Like, very infrequently are they the same size. Usually males are much smaller. Oh, I know. It's crazy. They look not the same species. Like, it's my males. Like, I got my velvet spiders 2-ish years ago now. And the male, he became a male, like, molted out to be all pretty and red and spotted, you know, within a year and died within a week of molting out to be a male because that's just what happens, unfortunately. And, like, I was like, okay, so that means the females must be mature then, right? No. They have, like, quadrupled in size. They are just, like, units. They're just these fat asses hanging from webs. And they're so timid, you know, they don't do anything. They just chill. I love watching them. But they're fat. I mean, I think, honestly, one of them is bigger than this now. I actually saw her come out the other day. They usually stay in their little web tunnels all the time. And I only see them when I bait them out with food. But she was actually out, like, laying new web, and she got bigger. She bigger. She a fat ass. Oh, last parcel. Thank you. Let me put this lip balm on really quick. My mouth is so dry. Food to Fiona and the Femme Bastard. Can you please become a spider scientist? Honestly, I wanted to do entomology when I was a kid. But Mayo. My alerts still aren't making sounds. Great. Thank you for the resub, lover. I did want to do entomology, but unfortunately, when I was going to college, I could not find a college in the state of Washington that offered a entomology degree or a program in it at all. It is really demeaning, and I just could not afford to do out-of-state tuition at all. That was never gonna happen. But I couldn't find it, like, anywhere, because entomologists, like, usually they end up pest control. You know, they end up owning a pest control company or something. There's really no one investing in the study of spiders and stuff. So I just get to do it by myself, and I don't know. I'm just do it by myself. Hi, Mayo. Why, hello, CK and chat. Fancy seeing you here. Much love to you all, and cheers to many more. Thank you, Vile Dreams, for my sub, you mad lad. Furry Peach. Also, why aren't you playing the highly anticipated game Elden Ring? I have a broken leg. I'm gonna stick with that. I might be able to get one more hit off this bowl, but I might have to pack a bowl. We'll see. Cheers. Okay. And then we have one parcel to open from Zoe, so don't. I have it right here. Don't worry. I try not to waste weed though. And this bowl is so deep. I don't really like this bowl, but it was the clean one I had this morning. And if you don't pack it down, a lot of the weed will like just kind of, I say caramelize. I don't know what it is. It creates like a shell around good weed on the edges of the bowl that just burn, and you're not really getting anything out of it. It feels like a waste. I don't know what you call it. Maybe Viata knows. She works at a dispensary now. Nemois, where are you? Where are my weed heads? Cheers, y'all. Do you like it, Crash? It's resin, but it like encapsulates good green weed against the side. I feel like I'll chip it off and there's good weed on the other side of it. And I think it's just from not packing the bowl down well. It like just gets stuck. Because then you basically have another bowl if you scrape the walls of it. It's kind of gross. I loved Dark Souls games so much. However, I heard isn't it an MMO? I think. No? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. I have a really hard time like saying yes to another MMO. I don't know. Oh, it's open world, not MMO. Oh, shit. All right. I might dip my dick in Elden Ring. I actually, excuse me, while I choke on myself, I just started playing on my own time Horizon Zero Dawn. That's a really heartbreaking game. Like, I just did the proving, and I woke up in the old lady cave, and now I'm a seeker. No spoilers. If you know what any of that means, you've played the game. If you don't, that's what you got. But holy shit. I so did not sign up for emotions. Like, in her little proving ceremony, I actually kind of started crying, and then what happened, and I was like, did I just get cock-blocked from crying? What's happening? It's crazy. It's really beautiful. I mean, it's fun. I like the mechanics of it. It's one of those games that I was told not to stream. Not any offense to, like, the community or anything. People just told me, like, for me personally, it's more on me. I won't listen to the story if I'm streaming. I'll read chat, and it's got so much story in it. Like, it's a lot of story. Like, a lot of just sitting here listening to people talk. And you guys know me. If it happened on stream, I'd look over at chat and start talking to you guys. So that's the only reason I'm playing it off. But I really like it. I mean, it's super fun, really pretty. I like the game mechanics. I really like the fighting mechanics, I guess, so far. You think people would still spoil it for me, even though it's been out for a few years? Really, Viata? Good to know. I mean, I can already tell I'm going to cry my balls off because they keep referring to the mother and her mother being missing. And, like, y'all know CK's got some mommy issues. I'm going to probably bawl my fucking eyes out. I mean, Rost, I think it was his name, cried. It's great. Like, I don't want to deter anyone, but wow. There's some feels in it. And I'm thinking it's like mommy daddy feels. Oh, Squeaky. I've owned it for ages. Not ages. Whenever it came out on PC, a year or two, maybe a year ago-ish. But the only reason I hadn't played it is because was solely console for so long, and I don't own any of the consoles. Like, I think the last console I own is an Xbox One. Is that the most recent one? I don't even know anymore. I don't really play anything on a console. Pretty much everything gets to PC. So once it came to PC, I bought it immediately. Ooh, we're talking about Horizon Zero Dawn. I started playing yesterday after my doctor's appointment to, like, chill out. I'm just finishing packing a bowl. It's such a big bowl. Like, to get a tight pack in it, it's so much weed. It's kind of asinine. It's not my favorite bowl. I know I've said that before. It's just too big. It'd be great for, like, a party bowl before COVID. But for a single person, I'm literally dumping my shaker into it. That's how deep it is. But if you don't, this is the thing though, for people who give a fuck and you don't smoke weed, if you don't pack your bowl firm enough, you don't want it super tight, but if you don't give it some firmness to the bowl, then a lot of the smoke will just float out the top of the bowl, even though you're like sucking that dick. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of have to fill it. Missy knows. They know. The potheads know. For anybody else that's wondering why I have to fill it, that's why. I have it right here, I swear to God. The package is under my elbow. But you guys know me and my track record with spilling bongs and things. See, I just smacked myself in the face with it and my mic. Guys, one thing at a time. Oh, Sexlin, what was the strain you got? Is Xbox the most recent one? Holy shit. I own like a recent console. That's crazy. King Kong. You know, I didn't have one called King Kong, but I've had one strain in my life that I like very clearly didn't like. Like I smoked it and felt icky. Like I think I got a headache from it. It was something like Bruce Banner. It's something that had to do with Bruce Banner. I don't know if it was just Bruce Banner, the strain, or Bruce Banner, blah, 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 or the Green Hulk. I don't even know. It had something to do with that character. But it made me feel poopy. I ended up throwing away like a big old blunt of it because I was just like, I don't like it. It smelled bad and it made me feel bad. Oh, Series X. I thought there was maybe a newer one out. Because Xbox One was the one that came out and they were like threatened to make everything online and like you wouldn't own your games and shit, right? Oh, Vissy, did you like it? Really? Was it better than just Lilac Diesel? I'm going to open the package. It literally just says, hello, my name is Rod. If you don't know who Rod is, he's a good friend of mine, local Coloradan. I believe he's literally actively streaming right now, unless he's gone to work. I don't know. He's working a weird shift right now. He's a rocket scientist. Full stop. I almost got Lilac Diesel actually yesterday, but all they had was Shake. And I just wasn't feeling it. Ooh, how do you all choose who to give your Prime sub to? Honestly, I forget that I have it. Thanks for the reminder. I circulate it, so usually what happens is I get those emails, like, your sub's gonna run out, because I never put it on auto-subbing, because I just don't watch Twitch enough to, like, be aware of it. I can get in trouble with myself. And anytime we raid somebody, literally, I check. Like, every day that I raid somebody, I pull it down and I check, like, why not give my Prime sub to the person we raid? And if it's available, I give it to that person. If I'm already subbed to that person, it reminds me it's there. And I usually just go toss it on one of my friends or try to find a cool new stream. But usually I take your guys' suggestions. Like when we raid someone new that I don't know, I'll throw it on that. I'll throw it at that person, on that person. It all sounds violent, but you know what I mean. Like I usually don't use my Prime sub on people that I've been subbed to for years and years and years, and I watch their channel regularly. I like to toss it around to different people. Share the wealth, but I try to always use it. And that doesn't mean I'm perfect. I probably forgot it. But I try really hard not to because it's free money and he doesn't need any. Berserker, how are you, love? I'm opening it. There's a lot of tape, but it feels like a picture and I didn't want the picture to stick to the tape. And like, you know, peel it or something. Whatever tape does to horrible surfaces. Tape is the worst. Did I get it? This is really nice paper. By the way, for those like, why are you saving the wrapping paper? It's the kind of nice-ass thick paper you can actually cut with scissors that has seams on it, so... Zoe, a fancy bitch. I love nice wrapping paper. I buy crepe paper because I cannot stand shitty wrapping paper. Who did this? I have to be honest. I don't know what your intention was, but I actually kind of love it. Is that okay? I fucking love it. Is this Rod? Is this Rod in the buff? He has a beautiful body. Like does he work out? Or is it all the sex? I kind of fucking love it. For those who don't know what this is, Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a Furby, a lovely toy from the 90s that would talk independently. And this is a hand with some missing fingy bits. No, I kind of love it. If the like Furbies are only scary when they look innocent. This makes sense to me. Like I think this is art. I'm gonna frame this and put this on the wall. This makes sense. Look at the feet. Just let that haunt you. I can't breathe. You know what this tells me? A wonderful artist by the moniker BN, which I'm sure Zoe will share with us, also knows that Furbies were designed by Jesus to haunt us in our dreams and eventually take over and eat our flesh. I can't look at it in the fucking monitor. Dude, Kelty, so get this. When I was very young, middle school-ish, so my sister, she was probably like 5 years old. For Christmas, I don't remember who got it for her, but someone gifted her a Furby, but it was Gizmo from Gremlins as a fucking Furby. And it would coo and squeal and giggle all by itself with nobody in the room. I mean, it was fucking horrific. It was a nightmare. I mean, it was a literal nightmare. So my brothers and I, fixed it, i.e. ripped the fucking battery pack out of its back. And my sister just thought it went silent. She still loved it. It was fine. She had no feels hurt. But fuck that. This makes sense. This is art. This is the future. This might... Is this a premonition? Did you send me a fucking premonition, Zoe? Do I need to whip out the cards? I love Sarah. I was always a fan of the first half of the movie. Like, I love the first half with just Gizmo. He's adorable. And then even when his babies pop out of his back, like, that's pretty creepy, but I liked they were cute. Like, who doesn't fucking want a Mogwai? But once, yeah, I agree. Like, once Spike comes into play, I was like, oh, now it's a horror movie. And the second one, the girl's obsession with her dad, like, burning up in their chimney was just a little much for me as a child with a dead father. Oh, you really have outdone yourself. This is, it's not. It's so good. I love you, Zoe. I have to look at that shop because this is so if you weren't around for the opening of the first gift, because I take way too much time, and to be honest, they made me laugh so hard, like, not my fault, blame Zoe. The first package was literally, it's a D20 made of baked beans. And I mean, legitimately, I hope this is coming up on camera. It looks great. I'm going to fucking use this. It's so nice. Kelsey, thank you for the resub. Thank you for resub in the class queue in the classic live. Give it 8 swings.
For a really fucking long time, Jesus.
Thank you. To Money Mouth. I mean, this is what happens when you forget your Prime sub. It ends up tucked into the sweaty G-string of Jeff Bezos, who makes like $8 million a minute. Don't forget your Prime sub. I'm going to find a mannequin ass, an ass on a stick, if you will, because that's just, it's too good to dismantle. Until I'm destitute, that's art. Jacob's ladders gets me. I imagine what that would feel like on your taint. So beautiful. Thank you, Zoe. You spent way too much time and effort on me. I don't deserve you, but god damn it, am I grateful for you. Ugh. It's just art. I'm hanging it on my monitor for now until I find an ass. They don't want it to get ruined. It's so beautiful. Zoe, thank you for making us all laugh like dum-dums. Oh, this was in the first one as well. Actual beans. This is legitimately so sick. I'm down with this. I love me some cool dice. Like, nowadays, they all look like fucking space and stars and glitter. Like, where are my baked beans at? Hello? Who's not capitalizing on this? It is the Etsy store, if anyone's wondering, just listening, it's called Duality Dice. Oh my god, they make some really pretty dice. I'm gonna stop scrolling because we're hanging out, but first glance, they make some really sick dice. Stop it. This is the future, so suck an ass, motherfuckers. What time is it really already? Jesus fuck. Probably because I was watching. Has anyone, I mean, I don't know if I want to end chat on that. You know what? Let's not end chat talking about the travesty happening between Russia and Ukraine right now. However, I highly suggest all of you keep up to date with it. I will be checking in on it and checking the news and stuff when I get off stream because it's just horrible. 3 for 3 on those gifts. All of them are bangers, dude. I mean, I think we kind of look alike. Is it more stressful? I could do it. I can do the Furby voice horrifically well, but I won't because nightmares aren't for here. Have you ever heard of anyone incredibly sensitive to spicy food after having COVID? Yes. I've heard of people actually having like altered digestive systems, I guess. Foods that didn't bother them before COVID now give them horrific gas or, you know, the shits or something. Yeah. I've heard of that a couple. Usually because the amount of drugs, if you end up hospitalized for COVID, like it's real bad, the amount of drugs they put you on to prevent other things that happen in what's the word? They can't give you anything to kill a virus because viruses aren't alive, right? But the virus can cause things in your body like bleeding and stomach ulcers and things like that. We can give you drugs to prevent those processes from occurring. Those drugs will wipe out your entire body's natural flora system. So the natural gut bacteria, the natural bacteria in your mouth and your throat and your butt. And so it's kind of like starting over a little bit. It's like retraining your gut to eat what you want as opposed to what it actually like can handle. Like building up the strength of your gut bacteria again can take some time. A lot of people, I've found a lot of success when I was younger taking probiotics, like getting a good quality probiotic. But they're not like proven. You know, it's not an FDA thing. They're definitely like a alternative medicine. But I felt like they really helped my digestive system a lot. Zoe, thank you. You're just amazing. Seriously, guys, never take anyone for granted that can make you belly laugh. You guys make me laugh all the time. This shit, I can't. I can't look, like, the thong is out of my view. I have to look over this way because I can't stop laughing. It's too good. I will drop little pearl necklaces on all y'all all day. Thank you. I got this, I think, on my first Oriole game when I first moved to Baltimore a long ass time ago. Go O's. The first gift, it was the beans. I love it. Straight from the puss. Oh, I love it. It's a bean dice. It's so good. It's legitimately, and so we put a link to the artist of these on Etsy. Anyone likes to get cool dice. If you play, you know, tabletop games and shit. Yeah. It's so fucking cool. Do you know how long you took the car probiotic? You mean just like the probiotic pill? I think I just finished the bottle, but usually it's like one pill a day. And I bought I believe it was 80,000 is the number, but you don't need that high. I was just desperate. I had an ulcer at the time, so I was on antibiotics that wiped out my gut, and I was not shitting. You know what I'm saying? It was a bad time. I don't think you need to go that high. Like, I don't think there's any benefit to it, but you can usually find them in the refrigerated section at health food stores. Those are usually like active probiotics. You can also just eat like fermented foods, yogurt, like good, like real yogurt, like cow yogurt that is yogurt yogurt. Like try to find like a local dairy or something that uses real. I think it's called acidophilus. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be totally off base. I don't remember. That word came to mind for some reason, but I think that's the bacteria that they add to the dairy product that makes it congeal and turn into yogurt. That's a probiotic that is like super healthy for your gut. For vagina holders out there, like if you ever have to go on antibiotics for any reason, I highly suggest having a daily yogurt because those antibiotics will wipe out all the natural, lovely little bugs that live in our pussies, and then all the bad bugs take over, and we can get urinary tract infections and yeast infections real bad. But if you eat a daily yogurt, it helps kind of replace some of that natural flora because there's lots of nice fermented foods. But really, fermented foods are good for your gut in general. Kimchi, pickles, yogurt, I just think is the best. It's like at the most for the volume of it, I guess. Eat your yogurt, seriously. And you can get dairy-free yogurts that use actual probiotic like bacteria to congeal the whatever. Like there's a really good one by Almond. Is it Almond? It's not Almond Joy. It's like the almond milk brand, almond something. They make a pretty good one, I find. But I just get yogurt. I tend to find like I'm not lactose intolerant. Just dairy makes me feel like shit and break out in zits. But if I get like full fat yogurt, like from a local dairy, no issues. I could eat like a gallon of it and have no problems. But if I buy like Yoplait fucking cherry yogurt, your girl's gonna puke. It's crazy what happens when you buy quality. Is it acidophilus? Yeah, the word is it? Oh fuck yeah! It just came to my mind. Sometimes I get lucky that way. The Filofax works. Madmart, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, but I'm so open to learning all the time. Like, if there's something I don't know, like, I'll say it and be like, anyone in chat know? Like, we have so many cool, smart people in the community and stuff. I'm very open to learning. I love learning new stuff. I think it's like food. Gives me stuff to think about and read about and do something in my spare time. It's just like my hobby is learning, I guess. I'd probably be good at Jeopardy, but not like intensive knowledge things by any means. I mean, genitals, if you think about it, like genitals are like kind of a big part of our day to day. And you got to be safe with them, especially if you mush them against somebody else's. A secret intellectual in hiding. What is an intellectual though? I always thought an intellectual would be like someone who's pretentious about it. I try not to be the like actually person. I just am like, you tell me cool stuff, I want to tell you cool stuff. Like, let's do cool stuff together. You know, I've never thought of myself as like an intellectual or anything like that. The more you know. Yeah, Missy. I texted him about it this morning. Oh. It's there until I wear it. It was too cold today for a t-shirt. It's still below 0. You're awesome. Thank you for being so complimenting. I've never thought of myself as intelligent, ever. Like, being a funny person or like the goof, the class clown, you kind of get also assumed stupid. Like, I used to have a friend in middle school who would literally pet my head and go, "Aw, Katie." Like, it was highly insulting. Highly. And I just was like, whatever. Sick. You read the whole flippin' Bible? I mean, it's just a really terribly written book at the end of the day. Diddling the head. Did I stop it? I thought I pinned it down. Dude, look how much gray has come out in my hair though. It's all my blues growing out. Hold on. I part it in one specific spot. So much silver coming out all over, all over. It's like every time I dye my hair and it grows out there, I feel like there's more. I don't know if there's actually more. I feel like there's more though. Yep, cake, same. I was never told I wasn't smart, but my mom would say, "You have common sense, honey. Your sister may get straight A's. Your sisters may all get straight A's, but you have common sense." And I'd be like, "Does that mean they don't?" She'd be like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay, then I don't feel any better right now." No. No, no. Don't compare your children. I think all of you know that. Don't do that. Street smarts, I got that one too. Common sense, street smarts. You're just more mature than the other kids. That's why you don't have any friends. You're more worldly than them. I don't know what other lies I was fed. Just fucking weird. That's it. I have over 50 tarantulas. Not many people want to hang out with that person. Mickey, I actually feel pretty fortunate. All my aunts and my mom were completely salt and pepper by the time they turned like 25. I think I got some of my dad's genes because I have managed to maintain some of the black brown in there. I don't want to just go totally white so early. It's too early yet. When I'm 50, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna dye it. I might dye it like pink or something, but trying to catch up on chat. I'm sorry. Every once in a while, my chat just freezes and then loads a ton of chats from you guys, and it's just been doing it the last couple days. Bizarre. Nature's Life Garden select acidophilus, and now 4 times 6 are what we prescribe in their human grade. Whoa, Nature's Life Garden Select. Is it dairy or non-dairy? Just so I can say it out loud if anybody's looking. That's good to know though. Yeah, antibiotics shouldn't be taken unless, I mean, you got something like a serious fucking infection going on. It's being maintained by a doctor. Antibiotics were given out way too freely for a while. I don't know if they still are. One of my dogs farted and it smells like death. I blame you. I did, Vissy. I pointed. It's right there. It's behind me. Are you watching me or are you not? Maybe you're just listening. It's hanging behind me. I said it. Or did chat just double itself? Is chat doubling itself? My chat's being fucking weird. Twitch, stop it. I'm trying. It doubled itself. Sorry, guys. If I missed a chat, I apologize. 7 out of 10? That was bad. I felt it from here. It was good. Thank you. It was chat fucked up. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. Chat fucks, like, I didn't know if the video fucked up for you or not. Like, who knows? At least it's a live thing, so I can actually ask. Yeah, I texted him this morning, but I'll make sure. My phone was actually dead when I started the stream, so maybe it didn't go through, but it's plugged in, so. Yes. Free of yeast, milk. Oh, shit. Free of yeast, milk, or other dairy products. Corn, wheat, gluten, rice. What is it? Okay, what is it? Ooh, that's kind of dope, though. It's about $13 a bottle online from what I'm seeing. I don't know if there are better ones for humans, but that's what we use for small animal patients. I mean, it's good to know what's out there because a lot of the brands will make stuff for animals and for humans because it's not FDA regulated. But I think, personally, probiotics help me. But that's up to you guys. Try it out. If you're not, like, deadly allergic to yogurt, like, try a yogurt. It can't hurt. You're more mature. Oh, I got that a lot. Yep. Like, Mom, why don't I have any friends? Oh, you're just more mature than all the other kids. You're more worldly. It intimidates them. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, make me think I'm better than all the other kids in the school. That's a good tactic. Yeah, I don't think it's a miracle cure. Like, there's no such thing as a miracle cure, but like, if you go through a heavy bout of antibiotics or something, that's no doubt going to be wiping out a lot of your natural, and this goes for all genitals and natural flora. It's probably a good idea to eat a couple yogurts, get an antibiotic. You need gut bacteria. It helps us digest fast and have nice, smooth, sluggy poops. Can you overdo it? I would never do more than what the serving says on it, but sounds like a bad idea. I love learning. It's the reason I decided to go back to school. The other reason is I want to open my own wedding event planning company. That's exciting. I love learning too. However, I don't think I learned anything in school ever. It's just not the environment that I learn in. Unfortunately, I learned everything the day I went on the floors with the patients with my clinical advisor. I knew numbers and stuff, but true patient care, true like the job. Did you like eat yogurt or take a probiotic or anything, Vissy? Were you allowed to? I don't even. That feels like it was yesterday, but also 20 years ago. I think it's a mix of COVID happening to the world. Is it, Mickey? Dude, I remember this was like right at the beginning of my rotations in the hospital when I was still a student. There was a huge bout of women getting pregnant because antibiotics nullify birth control. Antibiotics nullify birth control for up to 4 weeks after you are done taking the last antibiotic pill in the bottle. I just had to repeat myself. Huge influx of people getting pregnant because of that, and also because of charcoal pills. Sometime in like the like 2000 early 2010s. This was like how many years ago? Wasn't that long ago. I was in Baltimore, but people were like, it was the detox craze. Maybe this was like 5 or 6 years ago. Who the fuck knows? Time means nothing to me anymore. But during the detox craze, people would take charcoal pills, and the charcoal would literally completely absorb their birth control in their stomach, and they'd get knocked up and not know why. It was immaculate. The yummy tummies are great, aren't they, Vissy? I love them so much. What do you get, the mango one? I like the mango. I'm the mother of a 30-year-old because antibiotics nullify birth control. Sorry, I'm not just like screaming it. Yeah, I just had to, get it out there. For all y'all on birth control, antibiotics nullify it. I can't tell you how. I just know it does. I'm not in that realm of medicine. Hubby has GERD. I think that's how you spell it. My mom has it too. And since he started taking probiotics, his gut has been so much better. Really, I wish my mom would take an antibiotic. My mom's really bad at taking anything consistently. Like, she'll take some Prilosec and then be like, oh, it went away. And I'm like, when you lay down at night, you burp acid. It didn't go away. Stop it. But she stops taking things. I shat diamonds? Did you make money? Hi, Will. How are you, love? Dude, Vissy, my Nana did it all the time, too. She'd be on antidepressants after my grandpa died, and then once she felt good, she'd stop taking them because she felt good, and then she'd feel shitty again. It's a cycle. Our brains are beautiful and terrible all at the same time. It's a cruel joke. I get it. Oh, Brandon, anyone can get them. Dude, I've had patients who have yeast infections under their titties, and they just didn't know. And they're like sports players who don't change. They'll like just hang their sweaty sports bra in their locker gym and use it all week. The same sweaty sports bra. Yeast infection under your tits. Can happen to anybody, anywhere. Young kids will get them behind their ears sometimes if their ears are really flat to their head. Just, normal. That's the way their ears are built. And they get moisture, like they go to school with wet hair. A little girl with thick, wet hair tucks it behind her ears. They'll get yeast infections behind their ears and stuff. Yeast is one of those things. It's a natural flora. It just needs a nice hot. My YouTube paused because I haven't clicked it for a while. It needs a nice environment to flourish, and it doesn't like dry air, with oxygen. It likes dark, moist, nasty, like a sweaty old sports bra. Change your sweaty clothes. Don't do that. Oh, Sarah. Do you have ways that you calm yourself when that happens? Coping mechanisms, I should say. Yep, you can. Cake, what is the medicine that does that? It gives you thrush. Oh my god, which one is it? It's one of the steroids. Oh my god, I'm blanking on it. But there's this, yeah, we give it, is it albuterol? I don't think it's albuterol. I thought it was like a cortico something. Because I know in the hospital, when I gave it to a patient, I had to give them a cup of water to rinse their mouth out, but I never had to with albuterol. Oh my god, I can't remember what it was called. Rod, my alerts aren't making sounds. Look. Oh. Welcome, Raiders. I have a gizmo now. I win. Welcome, Rod Johnston. I was literally just talking about you. Why? Oh, I have to show you. Zoe painted your portrait immediately after you came, all over her. Meaty something. I can't remember the rest. And I'm gonna frame it and put it on the wall. It's beautiful, but for those of you that haven't seen Rod in the nude without all the makeup, sheer elegance. I mean, come on. Come on. Show me better. Show me better. It's beautiful. Snaps. But I mean, I'm not kidding you. It said, for those that are doubting, hello, my name is Rod. So, I mean, it must be real. Can't lie on the internet. But this was from Zoe, a precious soul. This is going on my wall. For those of you who don't know, I have terminal fears of dolls that can talk. But I really like this one because it actually looks like reality. This is real. This is the future. Let's be real. I like reality. It's when you try to make them look innocent that I'm scared. Stop it. I love it. For those who have no idea what the fuck this is, I don't know if Furbies were across the world or not, but in the 90s and maybe late 80s, they came out with this fucking toy that they invented a creature called a Furby. And the Furby was animatronic. It would like coo and giggle and scream at you and request things in a closet, in the dark, all by itself. I mean, it needed no stimulation to start to talk. And two Furbies could talk to each other. It was great. And this is a Furby of the future with a nibbled fingies hand. But can we talk about the feet?
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
For anyone triggered. I really do love it, though. I love the art style. Come on. It's going to go back there next to my Gizmo shirt. By the way, Rod got me this beautiful shirt for my birthday, which is in an X amount of days. And it was just way too fucking freezing to wear it today. So I hung it as decoration behind us for today. But the next day that it's not -0, you get to see it up close. But you'll have to come back. It's fucking gorgeous. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say Gizmo, I'm not talking about the movie Gremlins. I'm talking about Rod Johnston's life partner and French bulldog Gizmo, who stole my soul and heart. Yay. Okay. I know, honestly, yours are so much more scary. I love mine. I think I might hang it in my bathroom. I think I think it'll add nice color to my bathroom, which is just stark white. It's beautiful, and I can stare at it while I shit every morning. Coochie coochie cool derby, please don't kill me. My sister had one. It was so horrible. Bad. Will just skip. Sorry, the alerts. Something's wrong. I don't know what's going on. Who cares? Excuses. Blah blah blah. Technology. Thank you for gifting a fucking sub to Lumi. Lumi, you know what's up. Use a butt wizard of the highest order, and I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. Thank you, Will. Look at the legs, man. All legs. Yeah, Rod, they've been silent for the past like 4 hours. Like I can see them, but if I click like the little replay button on OBS, they won't replay at all. Like not even just the picture, and there's no sound. And I went to the Stream Elements website, and they don't do it there either. So I'm thinking but that's fine as long as I can catch them. And don't feel bad if you have to like say, Katie, I resubbed, you missed it, because I'm an idiot. It's cool. I never get mad. I'm too stoned. 100% Greg. Agreed. Yep. Mech Jack, thank you so much for resubbing the class. Keeping the class alive. Given an anus that's wings. Thank you. Oh my god, they're so adorable. They lay down like a child, kind of. Like, just no regard for limbs. They just kind of like are a tangle. I love it. They're so cute. Except at nighttime. Then they both coil up in the smallest little squirrel ball. I call it squirreling because I've never seen anything else that can just... And for how fucking big they are, they can both, like, in a little ball. And they just snail up like a snail shell, kind of. Both of them at nighttime. It's adorable. I know. She got ashamed. Look at her. Look at those feet. That's how I get things like this. All over me. All over. Those adorable paws. Are they really, Sarah? I wonder if that's something to do with this year. I don't know. I wonder. Because it's not a leap year this year, right? No. I don't think so. No. I was born in a leap year, so I just usually divide my age by 4 and figure it out. The tops are like satin. The bottoms, a high grit sandpaper. You are correct. Oh yeah, Cake. It's like the rough ass skin from them playing in the snow and the ice all winter. It's like dry. So it's like, like a weightlifter getting calluses, but traction so they can run faster because evolution. And if they all they have to do is rest their hand on you and you feel it. You're like, oh no, it's gonna happen. But I'd rather cuddle my dogs. I don't really care about a scratch here and there. I like hugging my big poodles. They're real good cuddlers, and it's not malicious. They are pretty cute, but they've deserted me. All right, guys. I think what time? Oh my god, I need to go. Pay attention to the dogs, walk them, and feed my animals. I apologize for being hella late today, but I feel like when there's breaking news, like Russia just invaded Ukraine and they're calling Ukraine a Nazi nation, I gotta watch it. And I would have loved to watch it with you guys, but with all the attention on Twitch, DMCA strikes watching Avatar and shit, I don't feel safe doing it. It sucks. It's just the truth. I hope there's abso-fucking-lutely no news tomorrow. At all. No more, except maybe, wonderful, wonderful, they've pulled out. The pull-out method worked news. That would be great. I doubt it, but... Lizzie, my love. There's no alerts. They're broken today. We don't know what's going on, but thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving any swings. I love you. Thank you, Kelty. I appreciate any and all of you that can ever make it out to any stream I do. Because, yeah, that's it. That's just honest truth right there. We all know pulling it out doesn't work. There's always a few soldiers who manage to stay behind. Ah. All of my brothers were born with the good old pull-out method. It worked well for my dad, obviously. Ooh. I wouldn't count on it, but that's just me. Lizzie, I love you. I know, I gotta find someone cool to host. Hold up. Let's find someone cool to host. What's tomorrow? Saturday? Should be totally normal. Hopefully there's nothing terrible. I don't even know. I don't know. But I have to, like, I think we should all keep up with it. It's world news. It's not just the Ukraine and Russia. It is world news. Like, Putin's already threatened Finland and Sweden within 24 hours of invading Ukraine. And, like, it's never, people like Putin don't stop with one place. If, you know, it's like they gotta search for that heroin high. They gotta search for that first one, and it's a world thing, and we have to be empathetic and think about everyone, whether it's your neighbor across the street or on the other side of the globe. They're all people. They have kids and families, and nobody deserves to wake up to bombs and sirens going off. Nobody deserves that, and it's just. I did put out a tweet today asking how we can help, and a lot of people replied with very legitimate, awesome donation sites. So I retweeted it earlier saying, hey, check out this thread. There's a lot of great places. If you can help out, no pressure if you can't. The best we can do is talk about it, make sure everyone's aware of what the fuck is going on and the craziness that is Putin. Again, I could be murdered and or thrown into jail for saying shit like that if I lived in Russia. And for the fact that I eat a good poos. It's crazy. It's a sick place. I mean, it's illegal to be gay. I have no idea if they even have legislation on being trans or if they just murder transgender people. I have no idea. Like, Putin is literally a crazy person. It's so intense. And so I just reach out to people you love, talk to them. If you know anyone out there, like, do what you can. Double check all the charities. I checked the first like 4 that are on that tweet, and they were legit. If anything else is there, I'll go through them and check them. But yeah, be conscious if you want to help out. Obviously, be very conscious. But money isn't everything, right? Like, half of the reason, I'd say much more than half of the reason that Putin has all the success he has is by controlling the media and what the Russian people even get to see, what they're exposed to. And if we can keep talking about it, keep a conversation open about what's real, what's actually happening, we, American people, can say Putin's a psychopath murderer, and maybe I'll go to be killed for it, but I won't go to jail. My country is not going to arrest me for that. In their country, there's people literally in prison right now for 3 years or more for a tweet against a policy that Putin loved or something like that, or making fun of him shirtless on a horse. Like, there are people in the Capitol right now marching in the streets protesting the invasion of the Ukraine because most of the Russian people do not support this at all, and they're being run over by law enforcement vehicles for protesting with a sign, standing in a road with a sign saying, please don't invade the Ukraine. Like, it's so much worse than I think any one media outlet will let you know. You have to, like, look at it all and consciously absorb it. A lot of it's bullshit. Like, Russia's literally, like, people set up plants in Russia have tweeted pictures of screenshots of the video game Arma, as in that's what's happening in the Ukraine right now. They have posted pictures from the movie Independence Day saying that's, like, it is ridiculous. But these are countries who are, classically censored, and a lot of these people don't have electricity, let alone access to the movie Independence Day or the game Arma. They have no fucking idea. And it's, what else can we do as people not in the fire? Like, if you don't have the money, like, we can't send millions, we can't, like, start some charity. Like, what can we do except talk about it, keep an open conversation, open dialogue about what's really happening, and look at everything and support those poor Ukrainian people as much as we fucking can. I don't know what else to do. It's such a hopeless situation. Stop it. Sexcellent. Stop it. What? Oh my God, gregarious. I think I saw it on Philip DeFranco this morning. Philip DeFranco, he's just a dude on YouTube who does, like, covers news, but he's pretty good at covering it and gathering good information. If you're ever looking for someone to watch and listen to, it's not bad. I saw the Ukrainian woman who handed the sunflower seeds to the Russian. Well, that's the thing. Like, most of these Ukrainians, like, have a ton of family in Russia. Most of these Russian people have tons of family in the Ukraine. Like, there's no malicious feelings between the people. It's just Putin and his inadequacy complex. I don't know what you would call it. Ooh, why does clean as a whistle exist? Aren't whistles like, oh my god. That's a really good question. Ew. As someone who was in band and used to watch the flautists like shoot the spit out of their flat flutes, I don't know. That's a really good question. Oh, it was savage. I didn't see that. Just kidding. Oh my god. Stop it. That's beautiful. That's almost as good as the Finland tweet or response, I guess. Was that a tweet? That's beautiful. My bad. My misunderstanding. That's excellent. That's a fucking mic drop. Well, I should tell my plumber in Oakland he's dead. I hate that shit. That's sensationalist stuff. She handed him the seeds so they could grow when he fell on Ukrainian soil. We should one final cheers. Yes. Absolutely. Even Twitch is being weird. I can't seem to find my follow list. I don't know what's going on. Is Twitch being weird for anyone else or is it just me? Do I need to update something? I just want to, like, find someone. Stop it. Lilith, don't do it. Don't. Nope. Raids are broken. So does that mean I have to host? What did you do, Rod? Because I thought it said you raided. Oh, it was hosted, so you have to host then? I see hosts and raids as the same exact thing, but Twitch doesn't. I don't know, but we'll host, I guess. Oh, do it through your dashboard, not through chat. Okay. No, you're cool, Rod. It's been funny all day, like with alerts not going off and shit like that. It's cool. As long as we can host someone. Really, I do it because as a person who tends to not branch out on Twitch, I think it's good to branch out on Twitch. And if I can introduce you to one of my friends, then, like, that's dope, right? I don't know. I've been around for a bit. I know some quality people. I love you, Kelty. I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully much earlier. Hopefully I don't wake up to the barrage of horrible news, but yeah, we're going to end with that. Hopefully we do not wake up to a barrage of horrible news. Hopefully we wake up to Putin woke up out of his psycho coma. He's no longer possessed by the nun in this. And we're better. I doubt it, but I hope. I have to hope. It's so fucking terrible. It's like David said earlier. Boyfriend was in here earlier, and he said this is what the EU's purpose was. The EU's purpose is to make war impossible, to make everyone's currencies interchangeable and melded together so that war is impossible. And it's crazy. It's just fucking crazy. War is never a good idea. Never, unless you want lots of dead people. It's not a good idea. Right? Right. It is. It's usually, and that's honestly, like, I was talking to chat earlier and I was like, I'm pretty sure he just wants that warm water port and a straight little noodle shoot into the Mediterranean, and he's going to risk hundreds of thousands of Russian lives and Ukrainian lives so he can get a port that he rents right now already. But he'll wave the little, they're part of our religious and spiritual past, and they have Nazis. We are going to crash. Nazi. Ignore the Jewish president. He's fake. Fake news. You know what I'm saying? I just can't with it. As the U.S. president said, there's no good war or a bad peace. 100%. I don't know who the fuck said that because I usually don't pay attention to presidents, but that's my bad as an American. That's excellent. I agree 100%. Like, violence, much like raising your voice in an argument, does nothing at all except shut the other side down. It's never good. I'm thinking Vissy, same. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah. Yep. Sarah, I don't think so. I honestly don't think usually the people in charge are the ones that instigate the big motions that happen amongst governments and things. I think it's usually like a slow burn that, creeps up the totem pole from the brain, like all the people that actually do things, as opposed to the president or whoever the fucking actual head is. And then, the head's like, well, everybody else agrees, so we might as much do it. We might as well, excuse me. Oh, Kino. It doesn't surprise me, but it breaks my heart. All right. I gotta go pay attention to my dogs. And think about something for dinner. I have not eaten today, but let's all be hopeful. Reach out to people you know in Eastern Europe. Make sure they're okay. Make sure your loved ones are okay. And hope to fuck that innocent people in Ukraine can find, sanctuary somewhere. Because it's not fair. It's disgusting. Violence isn't a good idea. I did find a really awesome friend of mine who's playing Elden Ring, so I'm going to watch him play it and check it out. See what the fuck this game is about. I also have a resub in his channel. His name might be Smokaloke. I'm going to try to host. We'll see if it works. Maybe. Or raid or whatever. We'll see. Maybe. But if not, have a wonderful day. I hope you had a good time hanging out. A lot of the conversation today was fucking dark and deep shit, but that's life, dude, my dudes. It's fucking dark right now, and we can't just close the blinds and pretend it's not happening. We can't. Yeah, just can't. I won't be able to sleep at night. You won't be able to sleep at night. We got to be able to sleep at night. Wash your hands after you self-touch. Pee after sex. And get vaccinated if you can. I love you. Bye.